Welcome to Fenway Park on a beautiful night for baseball. It's the opener of a three-game series between the Houston Astros and the Boston Red Sox. Welcome inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo, as always, joined by Jerry Remy. Welcome to Red Sox baseball. Well, tonight the Red Sox welcome the surprise of the American League, the Houston Astros. They are atop the American League West with a 5-game lead, and Jerry, they're playing good baseball.
They really are. They were a big surprise early in the season, but they're good. I mean, you look at their numbers, and it shows you why they are where they are right now. And home runs, they're first in the league with 115. A rare combination, a home run hitting team and a steal bases. They got 64, which is also the most in the American League. And you see the team RA third best in the AL with 3.52. 47 wins this season, second most in the majors to the St. Louis Cardinals. The other thing they do very well is they play good defense. So it's pitching, defense, and a lot of home runs from this Houston ball club. That's why they are where they are.
Now the Red Sox trying to keep it going after a very good road trip, and they send Justin Masterson to the mound. Masterson getting his ninth start of the year, his fifth at Fenway. One in his return last time out against Tampa Bay. It was the first time he'd been out since May the 12th. The Red Sox and the Houston Astros with more after this. Experience the new Audi A3 today. Dunkin' Donuts, America runs on Dunkin'. Toyota's website for deals via Toyota.com. DraftKings, the official daily fantasy partner of your Boston Red Sox. Your local Subaru dealers. And by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at Southwest.com. Now, aerial coverage for today's game is courtesy of Liberty Mutual Insurance. We welcome you back to Fenway Park as we get ready for Game 1 of the 3-game series between the Red Sox and the Astros. Welcome back inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo. The Red Sox certainly glad to be home, but need to play better at home. The Red Sox are 17-20 so far here at Fenway Park this season. Red Sox just came off a trip in which they were 5-2, and they bring back Shane Victorino tonight with the very latest on all the moves. We send it to Garen Austin. Garen?
Thanks, Don. In his pregame press conference, manager John Farrell announced several roster moves today, including placing Blake Swihart on the 15-day DL and activating Shane Victorino from the 15-day DL.
We've placed Blake Swihart on the DL and have activated Shane Victorino. We've also optioned out Jackie Bradley and have selected Noe Ramirez to come up and give us another arm in the bullpen. With Blake, he had been playing with some pain, as we know. The injury that he suffered to that small left toe is obviously still there, and the symptoms have never really subsided to the point where, the recommendation at the time with the number of days needed initially, we kind of took a shortcut initially to get him back in the lineup, but we're afforded the ability to, give him some added rest right now.
So a changing roster today for the Red Sox. The Red Sox and Houston Astros on this 4th of July weekend. The first pitch is coming your way next. Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Welcome back to Fenway Park. A beautiful evening at Fenway as we have blue skies above the stadium. Lights are on as the Red Sox return home to begin this homestand. And tonight welcome the first place Houston Astros from the American League West to town as the Red Sox in the American League East coming in 6 games back of Baltimore and New York as they were able to game 3 games on this last road trip by going 5-2. Well, a lot of the division was losing while the Red Sox were winning and able to gain some ground pretty quickly, Jerry.
Yeah, very successful road trip for the Red Sox, coming from Tampa and Toronto and be able to leave at 9 games, come back at 6 games. So that's very encouraging. Now play well at home through this stretch to the All-Star break. See if you can knock a couple of more games off that number right there, and you'd be in pretty good shape.
Well, they take on an Astros team that has won 4 straight games coming in under A.J. Hinch, as the Astros have a 5-game lead over the Los Angeles Angels to begin action tonight in a 5.5-game pad over the Texas Rangers. The Red Sox have taken the field, so let's check out the visiting Houston Astros starting lineup brought to you by your New England Chevy dealers. Now leading it off, Jose Altuve, the second baseman with Preston Tucker at right field. It is Carlos Correa who is at shortstop batting third. Luis Valbuena, the third baseman in the cleanup spot with Evan Gattis, former Atlanta Brave, in left field. John Singleton is the DH. Chris Carter, formerly the Oakland A's, at first base. Jason Castro does the catching, and Alex Presley, he is the center fielder batting ninth. Red Sox starting pitcher presented by your local New England Audi dealers. Justin Masterson for his 9th start of the year. 3-2 with a 5.58 earned run average. 30 strikeouts and 19 walks, and opponents hitting at .283 against Masterson. Sunday at Tampa Bay, a victory. Last only 5 innings, 5 hits, a run. It was unearned, and he struck out 6 along the way.
The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, and they are 8th in the American League with 47 errors in 81 games. Pablo Sandoval will be at third base. Xander Bogaerts the shortstop. Brock Holt at second, and Mike Napoli the first baseman. Left to right, Hanley Ramirez, Mookie Betts, and Alejandro De Aza. And Ryan Hannigan behind the plate for Masses.
Tonight's umpires are brought to you by Buick. Experience a new Buick lineup during this year's Sign and Drive. See your local Buick dealer today. Corey Blazer's got the plate with Chris Guccione at first base, Clint Fagan at second base, and Laz Diaz is the crew chief. He is at third. We're available. This telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your television remote. SAP is presented by Diplomatico Rum. Enjoy the game.
Buenas noches, amigos.
Well, very good conditions here tonight at Fenway. 74 degrees to get it started. The breeze out to left at 11 miles per hour, and the forecast partly cloudy for the remainder of the evening. We'll get our first look at the year of the Houston Astros, and one of the game's best hitters, Jose Altuve, ready to lead it off here for the Astros. Masterson making his second start after coming off the DL. And working with Ryan Hannigan, who is fresh off the DL, returning to the Red Sox last night. And Hannigan in back-to-back games here. Some sunglasses came on the field, so Hanley Ramirez went over to return them. Now Masterson good to go here as Altuve stands in. First pitch of the ball game, and that is inside for ball 1. Altuve hitting just under 300 at 298. 7 homers and 33 runs batted in. In the air to left center field on the run is Betts. He will get there as he runs onto the dirt of the track.
Well, we talked a little bit in the open about this Houston ball club, and offensively, very strange numbers. 13th in the league in average, but 4th in runs, and that's because they lead in home runs in the American League. They have the most home runs. They lead in stolen bases. That's a rare combination of power and speed on this ball club. They do strike out a lot. They strike out more than any other team in the American League.
There is Preston Tucker who will take a pitch outside. Tucker, the right fielder, 243, 4 homers, 17 runs batted in. Tied for first among American League rookies with 12 doubles on the year. Only other player in club history to record more doubles within his first 44 games was Hunter Pence. He did that in 2007. Center fielder Mookie Betts over towards right center. Somewhat of a gap out there in left center. Down to first base goes Preston Tucker with a 1-out walk. Masterson on a 4-pitch walk. So 1-out, 1 on, and Carlos Correa coming up. Correa 287 with 5 homers and 15 runs batted in. Batting in the 3 spot in this Houston Astros order. They had the day off yesterday while the Red Sox were playing last night. Tonight's Cold Hard Facts are brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. Carlos Correa named the AL Rookie of the Month for June at 21 games, hitting at 287 in the month. So take a strike over the inside corner.
That first slide of the Masterson is thrown tonight, and he throws it to inside corner instead of way from Correa.
In the dirt that time and gathered by Hannigan.
Actually, last time out, a pretty good slider for Masterson in that game that he started against Tampa Bay. There you see the numbers for A.J. Hinch as a 3-year Major League manager.
On the ground with a lot of spin on it. Holt from second base will flip to first for the out as Tucker takes second base. Correa retired 4-3, 2 down.
That's kind of a strange ground ball there. You get a breaking ball, and instead he puts it to the opposite way. And the nice underhand flip, you can see right there from Holt to Napoli. Second out of the inning, but Tucker does get in the scoring position at second base.
So 2 down with Tucker at second, and Luis Valbuena coming up here. Valbuena at 197 coming in. 19 homers, 35 runs batted in, and there you go, Jerry. Not a good average, but home runs and RBIs are there for the Astros.
Yeah,
some strange numbers.
They really are bizarre numbers when you look at them. Valbuena, a good example of that.
As he cranks it foul, jumping on that first pitch.
And we talked about Houston, Don, what a surprise they were. They're no longer a surprise. You know, when you get a 5-game lead at this point of the season in the American League West, you're not surprising people anymore.
Angels have been making some noise lately. They get back within 5. Texas at 5.5 back of the Astros. Pickoff play at second. And kind of falling backward was Bogaerts.
Yeah, Bogaerts likes that play. I mean, he does it quite often where he'll try that daylight play. When the pitcher sees daylight between the runner and Bogaerts, he throws to second base. And Bogaerts, you can see right there off balance as he's trying to make the tag on Tucker at second base.
Masterson does not have a pickoff this year, as that surrounds the plate but misses. And evens the count at 1-1. Valbuena, power-wise, enjoying right-handed pitching. Only hitting at 212, but 14 home runs off right-handed pitching of the 19 that he has on the year. Good size lead at second for Tucker as Masterson mitts outside. Masterson going 5 innings last time out and snapped a 2-game losing streak. Of course, with the DL stint mixed in between, and last time he had pitched in the majors May 12th, and then last time out June the 28th. Swinging a foul tip, 2-2.
Good fastball there at 89, moving away from Valbuena to get the swing and miss. Run that count to 2-2. Good location with that pitch. You can see dropping down to the side and the movement right at the end.
First time Masterson has ever faced the Houston Astros in his career. Full count now.
And very careful with the power of Valbuena. They're working him away.
On the ground to first base. Napoli's got it. He'll flip to Masterson for the out. That ends the top of the first inning. So the Astros leave Tucker at second. The Red Sox are coming up. Marquez on the mound tonight for the Houston Astros, presented by New England Nissan dealers, is Dan Straley. His 14 starts this year at AAA Fresno, 6-6 with a 4.06 earned run average, 291 opponent batting average. Called up for this game tonight. First appearance of the year in the majors as he misses outside for ball one to Mookie Betts. So Straley getting the start for this Astros team tonight. There's a fly ball headed out towards right center field. Presley coming in to make the catch for the first out here at the bottom of the first inning. Red Sox lineup is brought to you by your Eastern Hyundai dealers. As we just saw Mookie Betts lead off, he's in center field. Brock Holt at second base with Xander Bogaerts at shortstop. David Ortiz, the DH, bats fourth with Hanley Ramirez in left field. Pablo Sandoval at third base, bats sixth with Mike Napoli at first. Alejandro De Aza in right field, and Ryan Hannigan in his second game back does the catching. There is Brock Holt. Just under 300 to 299 now, with 2 homers and 21 runs batted in. Interesting that De Aza getting another start tonight, Jerry, as Red Sox have Shane Victorino back on the roster. Sounds like it's going to be a bit of a platoon now.
Yeah, I would say so, especially at the beginning. And De Aza's been so hot, you got to keep him in the lineup.
To left field, and Holt's got himself a base hit. First base runner of the night for Boston.
The Astros defense is brought to you by DraftKings. They are second to Detroit in the American League, only 40 errors in 81 games. Luis Valbuena at third base, Carlos Correa the shortstop, Jose Altuve at second, and Chris Carter the first baseman. Left to right, Evan Gattis, Alex Presley, and Preston Tucker, and Jason Castro doing the catching for Straley.
1 out and 1 on. A quick check on Holt, who's back to the bag. Didn't even get a chance to get out to his lead, and he's already headed back to the bag.
Red Sox will see the fastball, the slider, and the changeup from Straley tonight. He has faced the Red Sox before in an Oakland uniform. Bogart's one of those guys that has faced him. He's 0 for 2 in his career against Straley.
Straley, 26 years of age. Look at Xander Bogaerts ranks among shortstops, and Jerry kind of highlighted that earlier tonight. And He's certainly making a case for him to be an all-star this year.
Well, I don't see any reason why he shouldn't be an all-star. You know, offensively and defensively, he's been exceptional. And you look around the American League, and, you know, Xander Bogaerts is right there with the best of them.
Now batting third in the Red Sox order in the absence of Dustin Pedroia. And the check on Holt back to the bag at first. Pedroia fixing the fencing over by the Red Sox dugout.
And when you're on a disabled, you try to find anything to do that you possibly can.
Knitting. A little pop-up foul off to the right out of play. I think he talks a lot in the dugout.
I would have to. Well, if it's anything like the clubhouse, I would say yes.
Or the plane, or the hotel, or anywhere else. He's doing a good job there. He's pretty much got it wrapped up. One out, Holt at first, and Bogaerts down on the count 0-2. This one off the mask of Castro, the catcher.
There's a slider again, and you see the ball going right off Castro's mask. It didn't quite knock it off, but that's a wake-up call.
In the air, foul down the right field line, out of play. 43rd career major league start for Straley in the big leagues. 24th round pick originally by the Oakland A's in 2009. Made his debut with the A's in 2012. Made 7 starts that year with Oakland. A 3.89 earned run average. Ended up making 27 total starts with the A's and was 10-8. 124 Ks as Bogaerts strikes out. Speaking of Ks, first K of the night for Straley, 2 down.
Looks like the slider that time from Straley. You see it coming out of his hand, and you see that slide right at the end, and Bogaerts reaching, cannot make contact, just trying to tap that ball the other way.
So 2 down, Brock Holt at first base, and here's David Ortiz. 228, 14 homers and 39 runs batted in. Shift here for the Astros on the right side. Altuve toward right field. Bring Correa to the right side of the infield and leave the third baseman Valbuena on the left side. David had a 3-run home run in the first inning of last night's win at Toronto, as he and Hanley Ramirez went back to back. Second time this season they've gone back to back. David has home runs now in 3 of his last 5 games. That's now with Hanley Ramirez waiting on deck.
Now see if Ortiz early in the ball game has the green light. There's been no intention so far to throw him a strike. Even with the man at first and 2 outs. Has not been close.
23 games against the Astros. Some pretty good numbers for David Ortiz. And he goes around that time.
And did have the green light that time, but didn't get a good pitch. He usually 3-0 like that. Something you can pull, a fastball, middle in. That fastball was away, actually outside the strike zone on the outside part of the plate.
Fouled off to the left and up into the top deck to our left. That's fly down to center. Holt single. Bogaerts struck out swinging. Now a full count to Ortiz, and Holt can get a start at first base. Ortiz will foul it off again, off to the left. Almost the same spot.
Yeah, they see the spot on the pit zone. Everything in this at bat. Breaking balls, fastballs all away from David Ortiz. There's a slider trying to pick up the outside corner. And Ortiz able to foul it off.
Swing and a miss, elevates on the fastball and strikes out Ortiz. Back-to-back Ks for Straley, where scoreless after one. For tonight's Dunkin' Donuts poll question, will the Astros win the American League West? Text 1 for yes, text 2 for no. Text your answer to 536-536. Message and data rates may apply. One message per vote. Visit NESN.com/terms for terms and conditions as well as privacy policy. Evan Gattis leading it off, taking the slider for strike one. Gattis, Singleton, and Carter to bat here in the inning. I don't know, Jared. Pretty tough. I think the Angels are going to make a run. I think Seattle will most definitely make a run.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of teams out in that division that are capable of catching him. You know, it's only a 5-game difference, and we're not at the All-Star break yet. But you know, you see the Rangers there, 5.5 back. Angels 5 back. You get to 10.5. That's a lot of games.
That's a lot of games. But I think the Mariners are going to go on a run. I just have a feeling. I don't know what it is. I think they're a better team than what they're showing. A little similar to what the Red Sox have done. But the Astros are for real, which it's been a while. There's a ground ball right side to Holt. He will retire Gattis for the first out here of the second inning. Well, Sunday is Kid Nation Day at Fenway Park. Bring the family out to cheer on the Red Sox as they take on the Astros. Visit redsox.com/KidNation for a special Kid Nation ticket offer for this game. Well, now the school's out. The July 4th weekend. A lot of kids here at the ballpark as the Red Sox return home to begin this homestand. Pitch in there for a strike to John Singleton, the DH. He is 2 for 10 so far with the Astros. Grounds this one foul. Right, third in all of minor league baseball. Led the AAA level with 17 home runs this season at the time of his recall. It's time for the minor league lead in RBIs was 66. Made his major league debut last year with the Astros. Played 95 games. He fouls this one back below us.
Right now on a 3-game hitting streak, 4 for 11 throughout that stretch.
On the ground towards Bogarts. Low hop. Xander with a double pump, but gets it there in time. 4 straight ground ball outs for Masterson. That's a good sign. Did you miss the series that changed the lives of some lucky student filmmakers? Catch a marathon of Nessa Next Producer tomorrow at 5:30. So 2 down here in the second inning brings up Chris Carter, former Oakland A's first baseman.
Right now, Masterson waiting for his whole team to shift. The infield shifting to the left side, Napoli between first and second, and the outfield shifted around with the exception of De Aza in right field.
Would you say Napoli is equidistant between first and second?
I can't say that word, but I say yes.
There's a ground ball foul over by the Astros dugout.
Equidistant.
Yeah.
Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer halfway.
Same thing. This one fouled back. Now Carter can strike out with the best of them. 106 Ks on the year. We just saw Steven Souza Jr. with the Tampa Bay Rays, but 106 for Carter, already down 0-2 here in the count. Didn't chase that, and it's 1-2.
And comes in with a 198 average, 15 home runs, and the 106 strikeouts.
Right center field on the run is De Aza to run it down and to end the inning. Good running catch by De Aza. Inning and a half done, no score. All season long, Geico will highlight the 1975 Red Sox in honor of their 40th anniversary. In their 82nd game of the 75 season, the Red Sox beat the Twins 6-5. Fred Lynn hit a walk-off single to seal the victory for the Sox. It's on to bottom of the second inning, and Hanley Ramirez drives it out towards deep left center field. It is back, and it is gone. A home run for Hanley Ramirez. Had one last one, has one tonight. And his 17th home run of the year as the Red Sox on top 1-0.
Al Ramirez, 17th home run of the season, an 8-game hitting streak. He gets the fastball. That's a little bit away from him, and he hooks it. And hooks it hard. A hard line drive home run. That ball was crushed by Ramirez.
So the Red Sox jumping out to the 1-0 advantage. There is Pablo Sandoval. For every home run the Red Sox hit the rest of the season, Alltown will donate $500 to the Cystic Fibrosis Multiple Sclerosis Fund. Alltown is New England's premier healthier convenience retailer. Well, now an 8-game hitting streak for Hanley at .444 during the 8-gamer. On the ground right side, Altuve. A little slip there, but from his kneecaps throws out Sandoval.
An excellent second baseman. That ball might have kicked back to his right. That's why he slipped. It did. And he was heading towards his left. The ball kicked back to his right. Made a very nice play on that and had plenty of time to throw out Sandoval at first base. Only 2 errors on the season at second base for Altuve. You can see that ball change directions on him.
So one down here in the second brings up Mike Napoli. Got a relatively quiet trip, 3 for 20 on the trip, and that batting average has slipped under 200. Napoli now down to 199 to start the night. 10 homers, 30 runs batted in for Napoli. Leads the Red Sox in Fenway Park home runs this year with 7 at Fenway. Off balance and fooled there, 1-1. Straley struck out 2 in the first inning. Gives up a leadoff home run to Hanley Ramirez here in the second. And Napoli with a swing and a miss on a pitch running in.
Yeah, most of the time we see all the pitches to the outside part of the plate against Napoli. Not the case in this at bat. One down the middle on a breaking ball, and that time the fastball inside. Now they try to go away with the breaking ball and miss.
Swing and a miss for Napoli, who strikes out. Third K for Straley, 2 down.
That time staying with the slider on the 3-2 count. Napoli expecting the fastball, an off-balance swing on the slider, and the third strikeout for Straley in this ball game.
So 2 down here in the second inning as he bounces back after surrendering the home run to Hanley Ramirez, and now deals with Alejandro De Aza.
And the Astros put the shift on with De Aza at the plate.
A great series against the Blue Jays, going 8 for 15 in the series against the Jays, and comes in with an 8-game hitting streak into tonight's action. Matched his career high with 4 RBIs. A win against Toronto. As the pitch, a strike over the outside corner, evens the count at 1-1.
They keep that third baseman Valbuena in on the grass just in case De Aza bunts down that third baseline, but everybody else playing him to pull.
De Aza did not like that call, and you can see why. A little bit low.
Take another look at that slider, and it certainly was low. Now with 2 strikes, Valbuena goes to the shortstop position.
It's time for tonight's Twisted but True Fact. After hitting only 7 triples in their first 63 games of the season, the Red Sox have hit 13 triples in their last 18 games. Twisted tea is the hard iced tea. It tastes like real iced tea. Be a little twisted. And Diaz had something to do with that as far as triples go. Takes the 1-2 pitch outside, and it evens at 2-2. Diaz with 6 triples on the year. One behind Rajay Davis of the Tigers, as framing that pitch was Castro, but it's outside.
Yeah, it's tough to frame one when it's 2 baseballs outside like that. Sets up outside, the pitch way outside, and then he brings it back in, and still not on this corner.
Ball 4, and he walks Diaz. So the first walk given up by Straley. A 2-out base runner here for Boston brings up Ryan Hanigan. Second game back for Hanigan. 207 batting average for the season with a home run, 5 runs batted in. To right field and a base hit for Hanigan. Diaz is headed for third. He'll get there without a problem. And Hanigan's got a base hit, and the Red Sox have something going with 2 down in the inning.
Yeah, when you've been away for a long time like Hanigan has, that is a great approach to take when you first come back. Just try to move the ball the opposite field. Makes you stay on the ball a little bit longer. The line drive right there from Hanigan on a fastball that's middle in. Gets the hands inside the baseball and shoots it to right field for the base hit. Diaz with his good speed makes third with no problem.
So first and third, 2 down, and it brings up the top of the order, Mookie Betts. That's flied out to center field in the first inning, 0 for 1. Move the center fielder Alex Presley over towards right center. Gap out there in left center. He'll take strike 1.
Kind of like the way Gaddis is playing left field. He doesn't seem to be intimidated by the wall. He's playing shallow out there in left field. See most visiting players come in and play very, very deep.
On the ground and through in the left field, a base hit for Mookie Betts. That'll score Diaz. And the Red Sox get a 2-out RBI single from Mookie Betts and move on top 2-0.
Mookie Betts picks up his 38th RBI of the season and a 2-out base hit right here for Betts. Gets that fastball right out over the plate, and you'll see the top spin ground ball. Hits on top of the baseball, and that will quickly get through the infield for the base hit. Diaz comes around to score. Red Sox 2-0.
2 on, 2 down, and Brock Holt the batter. Brock with a single to left field in the first inning. 1 of 4 Red Sox hits in the game. There's a grounder at Altuve at second base. And that will end the inning, but the Red Sox come away with 2, including a home run by Hanley Ramirez. Red Sox on top 2-0. Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Hanley Ramirez with a home run as the Red Sox come up with 2 runs in their half of the second inning. They have a 2-0 advantage. Into the third we go. And Jason Castro about to lead it off here for the Astros, their catcher. Castro at .214 coming in. 7 homers and 18 runs batted in. 4 ground ball outs so far tonight in the first 2 innings for Masterson. Castro in 12 career games against Boston at .381.
Job here by Masterson. Everything down and out of the strike zone, and if you're gonna miss, that's where you want to miss, down below the strike zone. This ball fouled off by Castro, but an excellent pitch by Masterson.
Full count now. Castro's been very good defensively, ranking 3rd right now in the American League and runners caught stealing. Down and in, and that's ball 4. A leadoff walk for Castro. Second free pass served up by Masterson of the night. Never a good thing when you walk the leadoff hitter. See what happens here in the 3rd inning. Alex Presley coming up here for the Astros. AAA Fresno at .308, 2 homers and 35 runs batted in, and here because of the absence of George Springer, placed on the 15-day DL yesterday with a right wrist fracture. Of course, the New Britain, Connecticut native, where he was born and resides, and this was the injury on the wrist. As he fractured that wrist, and yesterday they placed him on the 15-day DL, and it's going to be a while for him. Look at the numbers for him this season prior to going on the DL. He's been leading off .380 during that time. This one fouled off by Presley. A painful foul ball for Presley.
Quite a few moves for both clubs today.
Yeah.
The Red Sox making moves, the Astros making moves, and here you see him topping that fastball right off the right foot.
Sliced foul off to the left and out of play, 1-2. DraftKings.com is paying out over $300 million this baseball season. DraftKings has given out $34 million to Boston residents alone since the site launched. Get your free entry into a one-day fantasy baseball contest today using the promo code NESSN. Lead runner on here for the Astros in the 3rd. Strike 3 call. Presley knew it. Takes with him the first strikeout of the night for Justin Masterson.
A good backdoor slider that time for Masterson. He starts it way off the outside corner, and he comes back to pick up the corner. That's a pitch that the left-handed hitter will quit on. And you can see how much it comes back to pick up the corner. Very good pitch by Masterson. He had 6 strikeouts in his last outing. That's his first tonight.
1 out, 1 on, and Jose Altuve coming up. Flied out to the warning track in center field in the first inning. A ball that Mookie Betts caught back by the 379 marker and on the track. Fly ball to right field this time. De Aza will put it away for out number 2 as Castro gets back to the bag at first, 2 down. Have a son or daughter who wants to learn more about baseball or the Red Sox? Visit NESSECClubhouse.com. It has videos, games, and a whole lot more. It's fun, free, and easy to use. Visit NESSECClubhouse.com today.
Now, they're in for a treat tonight, everybody that's here, that's for sure. They get the ball game, then they get a fireworks display after the game. 4th of July weekend. The city is alive and electric.
2 down, Castro at first, and Preston Tucker. His second look tonight at Masterson. Walked against him in the first inning. I'll say this, there was very little traffic coming in today. This is the quickest I think I have ever gotten to Fenway Park today.
Everybody's
gone.
Yeah, they're gone. They're gone. Out. Except those that are going to be going to the fireworks displays tomorrow night, the Esplanade and all that, and ball games.
This is lined behind the Astros dugout. The pyrotechnics ready to go here at Fenway Park.
Man, we got a great seat for them, don't we?
Yeah, perfect.
I'll be watching those in my rear view mirror on the way home on the Mass Pike.
Up and away, and it is 1-2. Two walks allowed by Masterson tonight. One to Tucker, one to Castro to begin this inning. Castro is not advanced from first base. Liner to left and just out of the reach of Sandoval. A base hit for Tucker. Now Castro does advance to second base on that ringing single.
Hard line drive by Sandoval at third base. He tries that pitch away, and that's some pretty good hitting right there by Tucker as he goes down away with it. And even though Sandoval's pulled way off that bag, way off the line, that ball's hit so hard he has very little time to react to it.
So 2 down, runners at first and second. Carlos Correa, the batter. Correa grounded out to Holt at second base in the first inning. And he'll take a breaking ball away.
Houston Astros hat and a Pablo Sandoval shirt.
In on the hands and a swing and a miss.
That ball just kept running back in on Correa. A lot of movement so far on the pitches from Masterson in this game.
Swing and a miss there. Big swing from Correa. 1-2.
Yeah, that was a slider that to stay it out over the plate. Not exactly where Masterson wanted it. He wanted it away, but it stays kind of flat inside, and fortunately no contact.
Fouled off to the right, and we'll do it again. Astros trying to get to their high water mark. They would improve to 14 games above 500 with a win tonight. Right now trailing 2-0, threatening here in the third inning with runners at first and second and 2 down. Time called very late, and Masterson goes through with the pitch.
That's always annoying because you make the pitch and now he knows it was going to be a fastball. See how the Red Sox adjust. There's the time called and the fastball by Masterson. Now we'll see what they do in the 1-ball 2-strike count. Stay with it. Could have been a strike.
50th pitch of the night coming up here from Masterson with 2 on, 2 outs. Swing and a miss. Strike shot Correa. The Astros strand a pair. Red Sox have a 2-0 lead. Master the free award-winning game millions are playing. Download MLB.com Home Run Derby free on the App Store and Google Play. On to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Red Sox have a 2-0 advantage over the Astros, out hitting the Astros 4-1 as Xander Bogaerts takes strike 1. Xander struck out swinging in the first, one of 3 strikeouts for Dan Straley in the game. On the ground left side, Correa throws out Bogaerts for the first out of the bottom of the 3rd inning.
And we talked about the Astros being a very good defensive ball club, second in the American League behind the Detroit Tigers. Tigers best defensively at this stage of the season in the American League.
Into the shift here for David Ortiz again. Altuve moving to short right field. And Ortiz will take strike 1 right at the bottom of the zone. David struck out swinging in the first inning. And he'll skip in for ball 1. Australia's 6-6 with a 4.06 earned run average in 14 starts. AAA for Fresno this year. 43rd career major league start.
You know, it's interesting. We were talking in the Toronto series about how a lot of balls were hit that we thought were home runs and they would fall short. And David was talking about the same thing today. He says that's a strange ballpark. He says some balls you see hit, you think are going to be out of that place. Yep. Others you don't think are hit that well and they're gone.
We know for the most part when the roof was closed, there's virtually no wind in there to speak of.
No.
And even when it's open, seemed like the ball was carrying better to right than left center for sure. As Ortiz takes pitch up and away, full count.
Shane Victorino was talking about the same thing. He was watching the games on TV and he had a tough time figuring out which ones were going to be gone and how far some were. The one standard ball hit foul in the third deck yesterday.
Yeah, that was impressive. In the air, foul off to the left, and it's still 3-2 here to David Ortiz. Great crowd on hand tonight at Fenway, beginning this July 4th weekend. And a homestand for Boston. High fly ball down the right field line. Altuve and Tucker over by the pole, and it'll be in the seats. So David will get another crack at it here. Last 8 extra base hits have been home runs. David now with 14 home runs on the year. Did he go? No, says Laz Diaz. Ball 4, and there's the second walk of the night given up by Straley.
Tried the changeup on Ortiz, and Ortiz clearly checking the swing on the 3-2 count. Makes his way down to first base. 36th walk of the season for Ortiz.
So a 1-out base runner here for the Red Sox, and it brings up Hanley Ramirez, who homered his last time up, getting his 17th home run of the year, and giving the Red Sox a 1-0 advantage. He'll take strike 1. Red Sox would add another run in that second inning. Mookie Betts with an RBI single, scoring Alejandro De Aza. Right now it's 1 out, 1 on. And a swing and a miss for Hanley. Down 0-2.
Completely fooled was Hanley that time on the slider, which Straley throws a lot of sliders. You see him breaking down and off the plate.
On the ground, foul over by the Astros dugout and on down the line.
And after seeing that previous swing, they try it one more time, and that time Hanley was able to foul it off down the third base line. But the doubling up on the slider, that one not as far outside, and Ramirez topping it down the third base line. Foul. Back inside with the fastball.
Too far inside, but rushes him back.
That's a good 0-2 pitch right there by Straley. Now let's see if they go back to the breaking ball. 2 options: come back inside again or go to the breaking ball away. See catches checking out the stance of the hitter. Going to the breaking ball.
Line foul sharply all over that. Ramirez.
We talked on that last road trip about pitchers tipping pitches. Well, hitters sometimes tip what they're going to try to do too by moving their feet just a little bit in the box. That's why catchers a lot of times they'll check out the feet of the hitter. If they close up a little bit, they might be looking for the ball away. If they open it up a little bit, they might be looking for the ball in. And that's something that hitters do, not all the time, but sometimes. That's why catchers at times will check out their feet.
Another ground ball foul. Some good battles here. Ortiz with a lengthy battle against Straley. Now it's Ramirez. Archer Castro out to talk to Straley here. Rays and Yankees playing tonight. They're in the 4th inning at Yankee Stadium with the Rays on top 2-0. Tampa Bay has had a tough time lately. They've lost 5 games in a row and 8 of their last 10. But have a 2-0 lead in New York tonight against the Yankees. They are a game off the pace behind the Yankees and Orioles to start that series against New York. Another foul ball.
Well, these are some uncomfortable looking swings, but Ramirez is doing a pretty good job fouling these pitches off.
Eighth pitch of the at bat coming up here for Hanley. Two balls, 2 strikes. Pablo Sandoval waiting on deck. Swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt. Hanley strikes out for the second out of the inning.
See the catcher that time tap inside with his glove, and then they go to the breaking ball away. So those pitches that Hanley was fouling off were sliders. A slider again to put him away, but little tricks by the catcher. There he taps, and he wants Hanley to hear that, to think that they're moving inside, and then they go to the breaking ball away.
And 2 down, Ortiz at first base, and Pablo Sandoval the batter. On the ground down the first baseline, a foul ball. On the ground to Altuve at second base as time and throws out Sandoval to end the inning. We are through 3 with the Red Sox on top 2-0. helps make good things happen. Watch how good things are happening to local people at easternbank.com/goodthingshappen. Well, Justin Masterson here into his 4th inning of work. Luis Valbuena leading it off for Houston. Grounded out to first base in the 1st inning. And now takes strike 1. Masterson has walked 2, struck out 2. Giving up a hit through the first 3 innings. And out of a 2-on, 2-out scenario in the 3rd. Deals with 4, 5, and 6 in the Astros order here in the 4th inning. Center fielder Mookie Betts over towards right center. Good movement there, and it's 2-2.
That's that backdoor slider again. He's done that a couple of times in this game to left-handed hitters. Very tough pitch.
One runs away on him, full count. Line over the shift and into right center field. Over to play it is Mookie Betts. Wide turn at first for Balbuena, but he will hold on here with a single to center field. 2nd hit of the night for the Astros. Now tonight's aerial coverage provided by Liberty Mutual Insurance, proud sponsor of the Boston Pops Fireworks Spectacular. First game of this 3-game series between the Red Sox and the Astros. 2nd straight inning that the Astros have had the lead runner on. This time it's Valbuena as Evan Gattis takes a look at ball 1, a little bit low. Line to right center field, and this is going to get in. Diaz over to play it, heading from first to third, Valbuena. And all of a sudden, the Astros have runners at the corners with nobody out here in the 4th inning. Send it down to Guerin.
Thanks, Don. Astros outfielder George Springer is a Connecticut native, grew up a Red Sox fan, and is a former teammate of Matt Barnes. Springer told me that they started playing together when they were 16 and that they even lived together while they were going to school. Springer said that it is so fun to see his good friend in a Red Sox uniform and that they still text each other all of the time, usually after really good games. Don, Springer told me that Barnes is really upset that Springer's injured because he cannot wait to strike him out.
Now, this is the 2nd time that Springer has been here in an Astros uniform, both times on the DL. Holt will go to second from 1 on to first. It is not in time, and a run scores. Valbuena coming in from third base, and the Astros are on the board. It's now 2-1 Boston.
Yeah, not a double play type of ground ball. It was a big high bouncer that had Brock Holt going back, as you can see. That late high bounce there, and by the time he gets to Bogarts and back to first base, not in time to get Singleton. They do pick up the out, but a run scores and a 2-1 ball game.
Now Chris Carter, the batter, always a power threat. 15 home runs on the year, and he got tied up there and a pitch running in. Carter flied out to right field, and Alejandro Diaz in the 2nd inning. Line to center. Betts is going to make the catch about kneecap high on a liner that was sinking quickly, but he makes the grab. 2 down.
That's a lot tougher play than what it looked like right there for Mookie Betts, because you're right. That was a sinking line drive. It hit very hard by Carter. I mean, right at the last minute, that thing just dropped on Mookie Betts.
And he picks it right off the grass for the out.
Two down, Singleton at first base, held on over there by Napoli is Jason Castro. His second plate appearance of the game, walked in the third inning, one of two free passes served up by Masterson tonight. Fly ball left field, sending Hanley back. It struck well, and it's off the scoreboard. Singleton headed for third. We'll see if he goes beyond. The throw goes to second. Now Holt will come home, and the throw hits the runner and gets away. Singleton will score, and this game is tied 2-2.
Well, that's a mistake by Hanley out there in left field. Instead of going to second base, the option would have been to go to the cutoff man at home. And you'll see the ball played off the wall. Hanley can't pick it up. He gets in too tight to the wall. He drops it again, and then trying to go to second base, where, in my opinion, the throw probably should have came in toward home, toward the cutoff man, and at least you may have had a chance. There's nobody in a cutoff position, as you can see at home. Kind of a strange play right there, but Hanley got trapped into the wall, and then that ball bounced, and he had a tough time picking it up, and that's going to allow the run to score.
Double and an RBI, and a 2-2 score now. It's a ground ball back up the middle into center field, and Castro's coming around from second base. Betts is up and throwing. It's cut off by Napoli, and the Astros take a 3-2 lead. So they have put together three quick runs here to take the lead tonight.
Now, this has happened in a hurry because they did not have very good at bats for the first three innings, and all of a sudden they have tacked together 4 hits in this inning. Jumping on that first fastball for Masterson by the dive right there, and the ball's going to be cut off by Napoli in the cutoff position. That doesn't allow the man to get in the scoring position at second base.
So Presley at first base with an RBI, and the Astros with a 3-2 lead now. And here's the top of the order, Jose Altuve. 0 for 2 tonight. He is flied out to center, flied out to right. Throw to first and back to the bag is Presley. And the Red Sox getting their 2 runs in the bottom of the second inning. Astros with 3 here in the top of the fourth so far. Altuve reaching out, fouling it off to the right, out play.
You know, talking about that play off the wall, and in my opinion, I thought that Sandoval should have been in a cutoff position with Bogaerts covering third base. You see Bogaerts out there, he's backing up the play off the wall, and there's nobody in this area from shortstop to home plate. So Ramirez goes to second base, the run scores, and they get the double anyway.
On the ground, foul to the end of the Astros dugout. And a broken bat for Altuve. Well, right now you can get up to 60 months with no interest on anything at Jordan's Furniture. Furnish one room or your entire home. Best of all, you'll get to enjoy it now. Visit Jordans.com for details. Playing here in the top half of the fourth inning. 3-2 Astros lead now as another check at first base has Presley diving back to the bag. Has not attempted a stolen base this year. On the ground and through into left field. A base hit. Up to second base goes Presley. And that is the 5th Astros hit here in the 4th inning.
Pitch is starting to come up a little bit. Remember early in the game we talked about that everything was down around knee high. And right now the sinker elevating just a little bit from Masterson. And looks like Carl Willis may be going to the phone.
Trying to figure out who they want to get up.
Taking a look at that lineup. Look at the last pitch, supposed to be away, but it stays up in the zone and it stays inside. And Altuve takes it to left field for the base hit. Phone call has been made to the bullpen.
Now a pop-up as jammed is Preston Tucker as he fouls it off to the left. Now Tommy Lane going to be warming up here for the Red Sox, not yet thrown a pitch. Masterson running into trouble here. Second time through the Astros order. 2 on, 2 down. Ball and a strike to Tucker. Presley at second base. Altuve at first. We have 2 outs here in the top half of the 4th inning. A 3-run inning to this point for Houston. Slap foul off to the left. Justin Masterson's pitching line brought to you by Ace Ticket. 3 2/3, 6 hits, 3 runs, all earned. He has walked 2, struck out 2, and pitch count up there now at 70 pitches through the 3 2/3 innings. Tucker making 38 starts now since joining the Astros. 34 in left, 2 is the DH, and now 2 in right field. Carlos Correa waiting on deck as Tucker battling here with a count of 1-2. In the air to left field, struck pretty well. Hanley Ramirez going back at the wall. That ball's going to be off the wall. 1 run is in. Trying to score is Altuve all the way from first. He will. 2 runs are in, and it's 5-2. Houston up off the wall in left field. And it has been a 5-run top of the 4th inning here for the Astros.
Now that ball was hit so high that Altuve had a chance to score all the way from first base on that. You can see how high it's hit, and then it comes off the wall. Hanley going back, and he plays it off the wall. Lands right back in his glove, but the throw back in is not going to be in time. And this has been a big inning without a home run for the Houston Astros. This is not generally how they score their runs.
It's been a 6-hit inning so far for Houston. Correa becomes the 9th batter of the inning. Third at bat of the night for Correa. He is grounded out to second base and struck out swinging. On the ground, softly hit towards Bogaerts. Bare hands and can't do it cleanly. Reaching at first base is Correa, first and third now.
That was a little bit dangerous too with a man at second base because that was not exactly a slow roller. And he tries to pick it up barehanded. If he doesn't get his hand on that, that ball gets by him and another run scores. Well, they've been better off going to the glove on that and trying to make the play at first base instead of the bare hand.
So John Farrell out to make the pitching change. Justin Masterson's night is over. Charged so far with 5 runs, as this one has changed quite a bit pretty quickly. Red Sox came into the inning with a 2-0 advantage. 5-2 now, the pitching change from Fenway. And Jim Rice will break down the game, and you'll hear from Justin Masterson. Whatever, whenever, wherever. Who but WB Mason? Now in the midst here of the top of the fourth inning, the end of the night for Justin Masterson, still responsible for the 2 men on. First and third with the Astros on top 5-2. Here's Luis Valbuena, who will take ball 1. Now for Tommy Lane, 32nd appearance of the year, 0-1, the 3.70 earned run average, 25 strikeouts to 12 walks. Opponent sitting at 222 against Tommy Lane. Last worked on Tuesday night at Toronto, going 2/3 of an inning. 2 hits and 2 runs. Tucker at third, Correa at first. A 5-run inning so far, and a swing and a miss for Valbuena.
There's situations here with HOU out. You always have to be aware of the possibility of a double steal, trying to get a cheap run home by the double steal. Lane is obviously aware of that. Correa at first base has 4 steals, has not been thrown out, but the key is the man at third base.
Lane now appearing in 32 games this year. Previous high had been 30 games in 2014. He's been a busy guy this season. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2.
And if they were going to try it, that particular play, they would probably do it with 2 strikes.
Full count. Lane inheriting Tucker at third, Correa at first. Both the responsibility of Masterson. Happily letting him know he's not going to be holding him on at first base. Steps in behind him now.
Yeah, just behind him at first base. They don't want to get too big a lead.
Ball 4, and he walks Valbuena to load the bases. This inning continues for the Astros. And it'll be a bases loaded situation with 2 outs for Evan Gattis. Gattis has grounded out to second base. Last time up, single to center field. Strike on the outside corner. Gattis didn't like it. We'll see why. 3 for 6 with the bases loaded on the year. 7 RBIs. 1 career grand slam for Gattis. Bases filled with Astros. And a grounder up the middle. Holt will grab it and tag the bag to put an end to this inning. But the Astros score 5 times in the inning and take a 5-2 lead. means finding new technology that puts your needs first. See what's new at easternbank.com. At Eastern Bank, you're first. Now it is a 5-2 Astros lead. Houston scoring 5 times in the top half of the fourth. Red Sox are trying to answer here in the bottom of the fourth. Long wait for Dan Straley, who now has a 3-run advantage. He had given up 2 runs in the second, including a solo shot by Hanley Ramirez. Now Napoli pops one up back at second base. It has Altuve backpedaling. He'll give way to the center fielder, Presley, who puts it away. Are you looking for ways to entertain employees or clients? Take them out for a night at Fenway Park to watch your beloved Red Sox. Visit redsox.com/groups for more information. One down here in the fourth inning. It brings up Alejandro De Aza. De Aza walked his only plate appearance of the game. He came around to score on an RBI single by Mookie Betts. They shift on him here on the right side of the infield. Bring Correa to the right side, the shortstop. Two walks allowed by Straley in the game. He has struck out 4 through 3 1/3 innings. Fouled off to the left, and it evens at 2-2.
We talked about Gaddis out in left field, playing shallow, and he's really shallow against De Aza. Now the third baseman Valbuena moves back into a position at shortstop. He was in case of a bunt. He moves back now, so everybody in the infield back, and the playing on the pole.
Compound swing for De Aza, who strikes out. That's 5 strikeouts now for Straley. 2 down.
Yeah, Straley again going to that slider, this time down and in to pick up the strikeout. Down and in and off the plate.
Mika Insurance, great service, great coverage, and a great price for auto, home, or life insurance. 2 down in the inning for Ryan Hannigan, who singled to right field in the second inning. One of the 4 Boston hits on the night, as he takes strike 1. Single for Ryan in the second inning went to right field. 70th pitch for Straley, and it's on the corner. 0-2.
Only time you want to swing at a pitch like that is if you got 2 strikes on you. Pretty nasty on the outside part of the plate.
That'll skip in, and it evens at 2-2. Fastball, slider, and a changeup for Straley. His first major league start of 2015. His offense gives him 5 runs.
Trying to get a hold of the outfield out there, trying to move them around with 2 strikes on Hannigan.
Fouled off to the right.
Trying to get Presley's attention in center field and got him slid over now a little bit toward the right center field, as you can see.
Trey Hillman and Gary Pettis, a couple coaches there for the Astros. 2-2. Swing and a miss as Hannigan strikes out. Back-to-back Ks for Straley, 6 in all. It's 5-2 Houston at the end of 4. Available for every Sox game for just $9 for all students 15 and over. Visit redsox.com/students to take advantage of this great offer today. 5-2, Houston on top of Boston as the Astros come to bat here in the fifth. John Singleton, Chris Carter, and Jason Castro to bat in the inning. Tommy Lane got the final out of the fourth, back out there to begin the fifth inning. All 5 runs the Astros have charged to the starter, Masterson. Singleton has grounded to short, reached on a fielder's choice. Left-handed batters hitting at 174 against Lane. As he misses there to even the count at 2-2.
Yeah, it really cuts across the plate there from inside corner to just outside on the outside part of the plate. Big sweeping breaking ball that time from Tommy Lane.
Picks up the corner that time. Didn't need to. Right down the middle as it turns out for strike 3 and the first strikeout for Tommy Lane.
Now take a look at the final 2 pitches in that at bat. Here's the one that crosses to the outside part of the plate. Then he throws one more directly at the hitter, which picks up the middle of the plate. So you see one away, then you see the next one coming directly at you, and it breaks to the middle of the plate and just froze Singleton.
Here's Chris Carter, 0 for 2 in the game. He's fly to right, line to center. Carter, 28 years old, from Redwood City, California. Now in his 3rd season with the Astros. On the ground to short. To his right is Bogarts. He'll get it there in time to get Carter for the second out of the 5th inning. Ace Ticket has the best seats at the lowest prices to all the games at Fenway, all with a 200% guarantee. Right now, Ace Ticket has special savings on all Red Sox games, including the Yankees. Visit Ace Ticket or call 1-800-MY-SEATS. 2 down here in the top half of the 5th inning for Jason Castro. Castro tonight has walked and doubled to drive in a run. Been aboard twice as he takes strike 1. Grabs his attention, a fastball at 93 in.
The Astros have loaded their lineup with lefties tonight. That's why I see Tommy Lane in the game right now. While it's still a manageable 5-2 ball game, usually we see Lane late in the game, but they want to get a lefty in there because of so many lefties in this lineup.
Good pitch and strike 3. Castro didn't think so. Takes with him the second strikeout for Lane. 5-2 Houston. Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Or rehearsals. Not every day you get a rehearsal and that many people show up.
Yeah.
Boston Pop's getting ready for tomorrow night.
It's like a free concert, you know?
Yeah.
The only thing missing tonight are the fireworks. Red Sox like to see some fireworks now from their offense here at Fenway.
Foul at the dish here for Betts. Down 0-2. Straley has retired 5 Red Sox in a row, 3 by way of the K. 6 strikeouts in his outing. And dealing with Betts, Holt, and Bogaerts. Check swing, did he go? Yes, he did. Rung up by Chris Guccione, first base umpire. Making it 7 strikeouts now for Straley.
Well, there's that slider again, and a lot of the strikeouts for him tonight have been exactly on this pitch. Starts at middle of the plate, ends up off the outside part of the plate, but Mookie Betts cannot control the head of the bat. And the first base umpire, Guccione, rings him up.
One down here in the 5th inning brings up Brock Holt. The pitching line for Straley brought to you by your Eastern Lexus dealers. Holt has singled and grounded out to second base. 1 for 2 tonight. Four-hit performance last night, going 4 for 6 for Brock in the finale of that series against the Blue Jays. He's now started 26 of the last 27 games. And he'll take a 4-pitch walk here with 1 out in the inning. It's the 3rd walk given up by Straley tonight. Well, Tuesday in an all-new Red Sox report. Go inside the draft room. Relive Brock Holt's historic cycle and catch up with the latest class of Red Sox scholars. Catch the Red Sox report Tuesday at 5.
I'm looking forward to that, but I'm also looking forward to the Kids Clubhouse show because a segment with you is on this week.
I understand it is on Sunday.
Yeah. We can get it piped right into here to the booth.
1 out, 1 on. Xander Bogaerts the batter. Did he go? Yes, he did. Chris Guccione up with the thumb again. Xander has struck out and grounded out to shortstop in 2 at-bats tonight. Off the end of the bat that time. Here you go, Jerry. Sunday on Nesson Clubhouse. Go inside the Nesson announcing booth at Fenway Jobs. Jackie Bradley Jr. takes the hot seat at Red Sox Small Talk. Plus, stump your parents with some hot dog trivia. Catch it all Sunday at noon on Nesson Clubhouse, presented by Delta Dental of Massachusetts. 1 out, 1 on as Xander Bogaerts waits here on an 0-2 pitch. Grounds it foul.
Yeah, it's interesting how they edit TV, you know, because the first shot of us was from last year. And then the shot after that was this year, you doing the show. So
that was actually this year, yeah.
But the first shot was last year.
How could you tell?
My hair was longer.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if that was it. I also noticed I was wearing my ring, and I wore my ring 2013 after we got them. So it might have been 2 years ago.
Could have been 2 years ago. I thought we looked much younger.
Yes.
You can't put stuff by us.
No. Especially when they show us. That's how we know. That's the one you're talking about. I got the ring going there. I'm sporting the ring.
Yeah.
You got the flowing moss going on there.
Yeah.
You hadn't got the buzz cut yet.
But I do have the Abood shirt. I have the.
So it was 2014 then.
Could have been last year.
Yeah. I think it was. Because we didn't get our rings till 2014. Opening day.
Right.
So it is last year.
Right.
In the air, down the right field line towards the pole, but it's going to make its way foul short of the pole.
It's always tough making calls down that first base line, especially with that short right field pole. You see the umpire getting out in position where he can get a better look at things. That's Blazer, the home plate umpire.
Little bloop into right field, and that's going to drop. Heading for third base is Holt. Throw will go to second, and it's first and third with one out. Red Sox have something going here in the fifth.
That's great two-strike hitting right there by Bogart. So, he gets another nasty slider, and this one's going to be down away. A very good pitch, but he's able to cover the plate, reach out, take it to the opposite field, and pick up the base hit. Very good base running by Holt as he makes it to third base. I mean, Xander picked that one right off the ground to take to the opposite field. That's the thing that's impressed me the most this year offensively from Bogarts, the way he has been able to use the opposite field.
First and third, one down. Going to get a visit from the pitching coach here for the Astros. Red Sox making noise in the fifth inning. And Strom coming out here to talk it over with Straley. Action for the first time for the Astros. The lefty Tony Sipp, former Cleveland Indian.
A couple of left-handers in the bullpen for the Houston Astros. Two lefties, 5 right-handers.
Season high in the minor leagues at Fresno this year for Straley was an even 100 pitches. Strom returning to the dugout as Ortiz coming up here represents the tying run at the plate. Ortiz lines it into center field for a base hit. From third comes Holt. He'll score. Bogarts to third on the RBI single by Big Papi, and it's now 5-3 Astros.
Ortiz didn't wait around. He jumps on that first fastball from Straley, and a line shot up the middle. The ball's away from Ortiz. He gets the plate coverage with it and pulls it into center field for the base hit. Ortiz picks up RBI number 40 on the season. Red Sox get within with two, excuse me. Trying to encourage his teammates in that Red Sox dugout.
First and third, one out, a run in, and here's Hanley Ramirez and a home run back in the second inning, his 17th of the year. Struck out in the third, a 1-for-2 night so far. And dribbles this one foul. Bogarts at third. Ortiz crossed the diamond at first. Straley struck out Betts to begin the inning, but a walk to Holt, single to Bogarts, RBI single to Ortiz. On the ground towards third base. Valbuena goes to second for one. It's off Ortiz and into the crowd. Run will score. Where did that get David?
I think it got him right off the helmet, it looked like.
Kind of a sidearm toss by Altuve, and it gets Big Papi. Run scores, and it is now 5-4.
Does Ortiz slide? Yeah, he's going down on the slide and right off the top of the helmet. See the difference in size from Altuve and Ortiz. And that's the questioning right now out at second base. You know, did Ortiz slide? Yeah, he was going into the slide. That's one where Altuve's going to either come across the bag or back off it to get out of the way of David Ortiz. It's not like Ortiz was standing up going into the bag.
One of the issues of being 5'6".
Yeah,
he's listed. I'm not sure he's 5'6", but that's what he's listed as.
Well, exactly. and you know, when you got a guy the size of Ortiz coming in, even though he goes into the slide, it's impossible to see over him.
And they're going to make a pitching change here now. That'll be the end of the night for Straley.
I mean, look at Altuve at second base, and look at the size of Ortiz coming in, trying to get to second base. By the time he starts to go down, Altuve, from his natural motion, just hits him right off the head.
Lucky Ortiz didn't get that in the face.
Yeah, he kind of ducked his head right at the last minute. That's a good thing. So it could have been a potential double play to end this inning. Ends up just being a force out at second base. There's a different angle. If you get a better look right here, and I saw that ball carry him, and I didn't know if it was off the head or the shoulder, but right off the helmet.
They charge Altuve with an error on the play.
Yeah, they have to. I'm not sure if I would be that quick to congratulate a guy after I hit him in the head on a double play like that. It cost the team a run. And I think Altuve was just happy that it didn't get Ortiz in the face.
So the new pitcher is Tony Sipp, left-hander, into the game here for the Astros after Dan Staley leaves after 4 2/3 innings. 32nd appearance for Sipp. 2-3 with a 2.86 earned run average, 30 strikeouts, 6 walks, and opponents hitting at .214.
Well, for anybody that watched the game last night from Toronto, that last play should have happened in that game last night with all the crazy stuff that was going on.
Yeah, mix it in with all the other stuff
in Toronto.
So Sandoval 0 for 2 as he has grounded out twice to Altuve at second base. And a swing and a miss. That's 60 against left-handed pitching. 294 better since May the 24th. Outside, a ball and a strike. Remember seeing Sipp as a member of the Cleveland Indians. Opponent's hitting at .214 against him. Lefty's only at .208. Inside, and it's 2-1. Stop in Arizona for sipping between his 4 years in Cleveland. This is his second year as a member of the Astros. Appeared in 56 games with Houston last year. 4-3 out of the pen with a 3.31 earned run average. On the ground and into right center for a base hit. Hanley Ramirez coming around from second base to tie this game. Pablo Sandoval drives it in, and it's 5-5 from Fenway.
Now, one of the smartest things I think Sandoval did all season was just switch and go to the left side of the plate because he has been much more effective. That's a pretty good pitch. That's a slider down, actually out of the strike zone, but Sandoval able to cover the plate, make contact, put it up the middle, and Hanley Ramirez scores the tying run of the ballgame.
All the runs charged to the starter, Dan Straley. Not part of the decision as Sandoval now the short lead at first, and Napoli will take a pitch for ball one. Red Sox are down 5-2. They have erased the 3-run deficit and tied it up 5-5 here in the 5th inning. Sliced foul off to the right, off the facade, and back down again. Shifting on the left side here against Napoli.
Fastball slider changeup pitcher is Sip. That last pitch was the changeup to Napoli.
Has not worked in 6 days. Last time he worked was against the Yankees, going an inning, giving up a run. Grounder foul. Evens the count now at 2-2.
He's a popular guy right now, isn't he? Huh? Lucky him.
Napoli fouls it off to the right. An inside out swing. Will do it again. 2-2. Well, stay tuned following WB Mason Extra Innings Live. A Red Sox final presented by Uno's. TC and Jim Rice will wrap up the night across Major League Baseball. And Straley giving up 5 runs in 4 2/3 innings. 6 hits. Walked 3, struck out 7. And a 5-2 lead coming into this inning. It's now tied up. The inning continues. Alejandro De Aza waiting on deck. Napoli strikes out to end the inning, but the Red Sox scored 3 times, tie it up 5-5. This one off the helmet of Big Papi. Insurance, proud sponsor of the Boston Pops Fireworks Spectacular. 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th inning for the Red Sox have tied this game up 5-5. Tommy Lane back in there, and Alex Presley leading it off, taking a pitch in the dirt outside for ball 1. Presley has struck out, singled to drive in a run. Action in the pen. Matt Barnes up as this 6th inning begins. Two and 0. With Sandoval in a stride or 2 on the grass at third base. There's a strike, 2-1.
Yeah, Sandoval in very, very tight because obviously Presley likes to bunt, and he's trying to eliminate that part of the game from him. And Presley, on the other hand, sometimes you try to slap the ball by the third baseman. Like that.
Into left field, and a base hit to begin things here in the 6th inning. Second hit for the number 9 man, Alex Presley. Well, it's time now for a game break, brought to you by Jordan's, the furniture store of the Boston Red Sox. Tom? All right, Tom, thanks very much. That's amazing. Anybody know hitting the Toronto Blue Jays after what we saw and the offense that they have in that lineup? Of course, Anibal Sanchez, former farmhand of the Red Sox. As Jose Altuve batting here with a runner at first base, nobody out, top of the 6th inning. Astros trying to answer a 3-run bottom of the 5th inning for Boston. And Altuve taking strike 1 at the top of the zone. Lane wanted that, just missed.
Altuve is the type of guy that you can put the hit run play on because as he makes contact, he's only struck out 30 times this season.
Chops it off the plate. Sandoval's got to wait for it to come down, and in the meantime, Altuve is going to beat it out without a problem. An infield hit.
Yeah, not much anybody could do about that. You got to just kind of wait till it comes down, and then when it finally does, try to make a play. But it's going to be too late at first base by quite a bit. Altuve with very good speed, great speed, beats it out.
2 on, nobody out here in the 6th inning, and brings up Preston Tucker. He has been on base 3 times in the game. A walk, a single, and a double. 2 RBIs in this game for the Astros right fielder. Defensive swing there, and a pitch headed in. Masterson, the starter tonight for Boston. 3 2/3, 8 hits, 5 runs. Walked 2, struck out 2. And Lane has been in this game, coming in the 4th inning. He's given a back-to-back hits here in the 6th inning, and now dealing with Tucker hitting a .240 against lefties, but only 3 for his last 28. Lane bluffing off the backside, but nobody cheating in. Oh, 0-2. Time called. Taking a long time here is Tommy Lane.
And shook off one set of signs. Hannigan was going through another, and that's when the timeout was called.
Tried to hold up. A home plate umpire is going to ring him up. Not even check, as Blazer said he went around. Big strikeout there for Lane. Needed that.
Once again, Lane against the lefty, dropping down to that big sweeping breaking ball and able to pick up the strikeout. Farrell coming out. He wants the right-hander, with the right-handers coming to the plate.
So Lane ends up going an inning and 2/3. Gives up 2 hits, responsible for the 2 men on. He walked a batter and struck out 3 as Barnes makes his way in. Time now to check out the results of tonight's Dunkin' Donuts poll question. We asked, will the Astros win the American League West? Relatively tight, but 56% say yes. Just over the official halfway mark of the 2015 campaign, and the Astros with a 5-game lead.
Let's take a look at the Red Sox scoring in this inning. Back in the second, it was Hanley Ramirez on a fastball with the home run. This was an absolute lightning rod. And then a single by Mookie Betts going between third and short as De Aza comes around to score. Now we move to the 5th inning. David Ortiz with the base hit up the middle, line drive. That brings the Red Sox run across. And then, of course, the weird play at second base where the ball goes right off the helmet of David Ortiz. A run comes in on that. And then Sandoval on a slider. Goes back up the middle, and that tied the ball game as Hanley Ramirez scored, and that's where we stand at 5-5.
So the situation is 1 out. Runners at first and second, and into the game is Matt Barnes through the 8th inning last night at Toronto. Appears in his 18th game of the year, 2-2, the 4.58 earned run average, 18 strikeouts, 6 walks, and opponent sitting at 337 against Barnes.
I would have to guess, Don, that play by Ortiz and Altuve would be shown quite a bit on highlight films, because of Altuve's size and Ortiz's size. I would imagine you'll see that on just about every single highlight show there is. And this is a perfect look at it because you see the size difference right there, and Altuve just trying to make a routine double play really at first base. He's going down and right off the helmet. Kind of staggered Poppy, didn't it, a little bit?
Altuve now at first base, Presley at second base, 1 out, and Carlos Correa the batter. Correa has grounded out to second, struck out, and singled in the infield. Astros now have 10 hits in the game. In there for strike 1. 94 on the fastball from Barnes. Tough numbers at home for Barnes. Much better away from Fenway Park, and more games appeared in away from Fenway Park. Flared foul, 0-2. We're batting now with Valbuena waiting on deck. Astros batting here in the top of the 6th inning. First 2 reached in the inning. They're there with 1 out. Did he go? They'll check. Yes, he did. Guccione rings him up, and another big strikeout for Red Sox pitching. The first for Barnes.
Yeah, Bonds goes to the breaking ball. It's in the dirt. Nice block by Hannigan. And Correa not able to hold up on the swing. He looked surprised as the out call was made by Guccione at first base.
2 down, 1st and 2nd. Luis Valbuena coming up. He has grounded out, singled, and walked. And strike 1. Tommy Lane responsible for the 2 men on. Presley at second base, Altuve at first. Strike 2. Back-to-back breaking balls. That one grabbing the corner for Barnes.
Once again going to the outside part of the plate. To Valbuena. Valbuena, until 2 strikes, probably looking for something to pull, obviously, with the 2-man in scoring position. Home run hitter, 19 on the season. Tries the breaking ball again, but that time he wouldn't bite.
A little bit high, and it's 2-2.
That's exactly where Hannigan wanted that too. You could see him set up and get up in his crouch a little bit. He wanted the high fastball. He gets a high fastball, but not quite in the strike zone. They were hoping Valbuena would chase that ball that's up and in.
Two on, 2 down. Count is 2-2 here to Valbuena. And he gets him. Valbuena strikes out. Barnes strikes out both batters he faces. Game remains tied 5-5. where the Sox get a save, CVS Pharmacy will make a donation to Children's Hospital towards a $25,000 commitment once again this season. CVS Pharmacy, the official pharmacy of the Boston Red Sox. Game tied 5-5 as we head into the bottom of the 6th inning. Tony Sipp back on the mound here, the lefty to deal with Alejandro De Aza to begin things here in the bottom of the 6th. And a shift on the right side here for the Astros. And a first pitch strike.
Similar shift that they had all the time on De Aza, with the third baseman staying in till 2 strikes, just in case of a bunt down that third base line.
Bunt his way on there, fouls it back, and is down 0-2.
Yeah, it looked like that time he was trying to take the ball with him down that first base line. Remember, you got a lefty on the mound, they fall off toward third base, so a lot of bunters like to take that ball toward second base. Trying to get the barrel of the bat out down that first base line, but not out enough. Now with 2 strikes, they move back.
Asa walked and scored in the 2nd inning, struck out swinging in the 4th. 2 for 5 in his career against Tony Sipp. More action for the Astros. Josh Fields in the pen. The starter tonight went 4 2/3, giving up 5 runs. Dan Staley swinging a miss here for De Aza, who strikes out for the 2nd time tonight. 2nd K for Tony Sipp.
A good little slider there by Sipp as he picks up the outside corner with it, and the swing and miss by De Aza. And you see the slider grip in that action right at the end, dipping away.
That is now 9 strikeouts in this game for Astros pitching.
You know, that's tough to do, Don, too, because the Red Sox are the 2nd toughest team in the American League to strike out. Kansas City's the toughest, and the Red Sox are 2nd. That kind of surprised me when I saw that number.
9 strikeouts in 5 1/3 innings. Here's Ryan Hanigan. Hanigan singled to right field in the 2nd, struck out swinging in the 4th inning. In there for a strike, and it evens at 1-1. Anibal Sanchez has lost his no-hit bid tonight in the 8th inning. Tigers still enjoy an 8-0 lead, though. Top of the Red Sox order, Mookie Betts waiting on deck with 1 out here in the 6th inning. Fouled off to the right, evens a count at 2-2. Blake Swihart placed on the DL today by the Red Sox. Red Sox were carrying 3 catchers. That lasted a day after Hanigan had been activated for last night's game, and now Leone and Hanigan, a tandem for the Red Sox at the moment. Fouled off again to the right. Well, tonight after Red Sox coverage on NESN Sports Today, Nicky Reyes will have a report on young Celtics players gearing up for Summer League play. That's tonight on NESN Sports Today, presented by People's United Bank. See what know-how can do. One out in the 6th inning. Ryan Hanigan battling here with a count of 2-2. Full count now.
Sip that time trying to get him with a changeup, but the changeup high and away, and not that tempting for Hannigan.
Hits it in the air to center field. Alex Presley out there waiting. Now comes in to put away out number 2. Well, get immediate care without leaving the ballpark at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center First Aid Station, located behind Section 12 on the lower concourse. BIDMC is the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox. 2 down in the 6th inning brings up Mookie Betts. He has fly to center, single to left, and struck out swinging. His single in the 2nd drove in a run, his 38th RBI of the year. There's a strike, 1-1. Sip came into the game last inning, gave up a base hit to Sandoval, allowing an inherited runner to score, which tied the game. Then struck out Mike Napoli to end the inning and has the first 2 outs of the 6th inning. Striking out De Aza, getting Hannigan to fly out to center. .25 pitches in the game right now for Sip. Most he's thrown in a game is 29. And he gets a strike in there to even the count of 2-2. A generous call there.
Very generous. Ball up and away from Mookie Betts. That was the combination of the highest strike and also the widest strike zone all in one pitch.
That's to the left side in the left field, a base hit. His 2nd hit of the night. Comes with 2 down here in the 6th inning.
Now Mookie does a good job that time staying back on the changeup. And then the hard ground ball again between 3rd and short for Betts. 2nd time he's going in that direction tonight. The first time it was a drive and a run back in the 2nd inning. Now the cat and mouse game begins between Betts and Sip.
Brock Holt a single in the 1st inning, grounded out in the 2nd, walked and scored in the 5th. And he takes strike 1 right at the bottom of the zone.
Kind of take a big lead to try to get him to throw over, get at least a look at what the move looks like to first base.
Elevates that time, evens the count at 1-1. 91 on the fastball from Tony Sip. Is even his season high right now in pitches thrown. On the ground, foul, and it's 1-2. Tomorrow on Dining Playbook, Jenny and Billy head to Cape Cod. They check out the Seacrest Beach Hotel in North Falmouth. Plus, Billy visits a restaurant owned by a retired Bruins enforcer. Catch Dining Playbook tomorrow morning at 9. Two outs here in the Boston 6th inning with Betts at first base.
Since when did Big Papi start wearing glasses?
I don't know. I think those are Brian Butterfield's. They look very similar. Another throw over and a little bit lower that time. No problem for Betts to get back. Tony Sipp has one pickoff this year. It's not been all that close here in these attempts. There goes Betts, swing and a miss, and Holt strikes out. So that'll end the 6th inning through 6 from Fenway. Game tied 5-5. Yeah, Devin Gaddis lead it off here for the Astros in this tie game. Astros threatened but did not score in the 6th inning. Nice job by Matt Barnes, who came in last inning and struck out Carlos Correa and Luis Valbuena. He's back out there to face Devin Gaddis, and he misses outside for ball 1.
That's interesting, Don. You know, base stealers always trying to pick something up on a pitcher that might tip them off that you know, they're going to first base or they're going home. I mean, that's part of studying film. And I think Betts might have picked something up on Sipp that last time. When Sipp is looking directly at the base runner, that's when he goes home. When he looks at home, that's when he goes to first base. He did it twice to Mookie Betts, and Betts had a very good jump. Unfortunately, it was a strikeout to end the inning.
This is towards the gap in right center field, and trouble as it'll get down. And one hop the wall. Heading for second is Gaddis. He'll pull it up with a double to begin things here in the 7th inning.
This is a pickoffs I was talking about. Now watch the head of Sip. When he's looking home, he goes to first base. He's looking home again. Another throw to first base. Now it's this next one where Betts goes. He's looking right at Betts. And then Betts takes off. So he kind of picked up the head motions of Tony Sipp, and he got a pretty good jump. Unfortunately, it was a strikeout to end the inning.
A double here for Gaddis starts this inning, and here is Singleton. We'll take a pitch up high for ball 1. And Hannigan going out now to talk to Barnes. Two for 13 so far is Singleton. 0 for 3 in the ball game tonight. High fly ball into shallow left. Bogart's out, Ramirez in, and Bogarts will make the catch right in front of Hanley. First out here of the 7th inning.
That's a good out right there for Barnes. There's no advance from second base after the leadoff double by Gaddis. Hanley coming in cautiously, and you can see Bogarts taking complete control of that pop-up. Usually the left fielder will call off the shortstop, but I think in this case they feel much more comfortable with Bogarts making the play.
One down, runner at second base. Chris Carter, the batter. Jumping on that first pitch and fouling it back. 0 for 3 so far tonight for the Astros first baseman. He is fly to right, line to center, and grounded to short. Carter last year with 37 home runs on the year. This year with 15. And a swing and a miss. That pitch elevated 1-2.
Yeah, overpowering fastball that time in 96. Well out of the strike zone, but chased by Carter. The ball rising as it got to the glove of Hannigan.
Greg Breslow now up in the pen for Boston. Up and in, and it is 2-2. Talking about the home runs for Carter, a total of 37 last year. He ended up hitting at 227. This year with 15 home runs, hitting under 200 heading into tonight, a 198 average. Always plenty of strikeouts, 212 the year before last. 2-2. And it is to right field. De Aza was deep, coming in hard. He will dive and trap it. Heading for third base is Gaddis. He'll get there on the base hit to right for Carter. De Aza was deep in right, and that gets in.
Yeah, Gaddis was kind of caught in the middle. He didn't know what to do. You know, he's playing it about halfway because he's not sure if this ball's going to drop in or be caught. And for a while, it looked like it was going to be caught by De Aza. Right off the finger, the small finger of the glove. And Gaddis only able to get to third base. So a little bit of a break there for the Red Sox on that blue base hit.
First and third, one down. Jason Castro, the catcher here, with a walk tonight, a double, and a strikeout. Astros are 8-4 on the year when they are tied after 6 innings. Red Sox are 4-7 conversely. A tie game here in the 7th inning, 5-5. And the Astros threatening to take the lead. Astros had a flair for the dramatic. Two and 0.
Hey, Blue, does your wife know you're fucking us?
Evan Gattis at third base. Chris Carter over at first with 1 out. 3-0.
Now, it's quite possible in this situation he may have the green light. I know the average is not high, but when you're really confident you're going to get a fastball, sometimes you'll get that green light.
7 home runs on the year for Castro. Batting out of the 8th spot in the order for A.J. Hinch. There's a strike. Did get the fastball, and it was a strike. 3-1.
Taken all the way to run that count to 3-1.
Look out, ball 4 on a pitch not close at 96 miles an hour. First walk allowed by Barnes, and the base is now loaded.
And trying to get a little extra on the fastball this time, but not close to being a strike. Now Willis coming out of the Red Sox dugout with the bases loaded and only the 1 out.
Well, tomorrow at 12:30, don't miss Red Sox first pitch presented by Joseph Abboud, available at Men's Warehouse. TC and Jim Rice will look back on some memorable moments from the 4th of July.
There's Donnie just got finished with his performance at the Esplanade, taking a bow and leaving with his group.
Long conversation here for Barnes and Willis, as it'll be broken up by the home plate umpire Corey Blazer. Red Sox had a 2-0 lead. Astros took a 5-2 lead. Red Sox scored 3 times. And the bottom of the 5th tied up 5-5. That's where we are here in the 7th, but the Astros are threatening here in the 7th inning. They got the bases loaded with 1 out. And their number 9 hitter, Alex Presley, the batter, has already had 2 hits in the game. Those singles to center and has an RBI as well. Takes strike 1 right to the top of the zone. In the dirt, gathered by Hannigan.
Well, Hannigan getting the breaking ball and expecting it to be down low, and usually catches are in pretty decent position on those curveballs, the sliders, to expect them in the dirt.
Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2.
The breaking ball that time from Barnes. Gets the swing and miss. Like another one like that right now. A swing and a miss with the bases loaded.
Three for 21 with the bases loaded, as they are right now, with Gaddis at third, Carter at second, Castro at first, and one out. Rolled over foul over by the Red Sox dugout. Still 1-2. Presley staying alive. Top of the order, Jose Altuve waiting on deck. He's had a 2-hit night. Foul back, still 1-2. It's throwing hard, 96 miles an hour. On the ground, foul by the Red Sox dugout again. Still 1-2 as Presley continues to foul off pitches.
Yeah, good battle here behind Barnes and between Barnes and Presley. Tries to go back to the breaking ball this time and able to tap it foul.
Back again, and he'll see an 8th pitch.
It's a guessing game between the pitcher and the hitter now. You know, he's thrown him both of his pitches. He's fouled a number of them off. You start to wonder, what can I get this guy on? The hitter's up there saying, no, I've seen all of his pitches. I fouled them off. You know, what's he going to give me now? I mean, there's been no pattern to it by any means.
Presley strikes out. He gets him on the breaking ball for the second out. A big strikeout for Barnes and a pretty good battle right there.
Yeah, real good battle and won by Barnes, but he goes back to the breaking ball and saw so many pitches, 8 pitches in that at bat, and just a mixture of fastballs and breaking balls that you just don't know what's coming next.
3 strikeouts since coming into the game for Matt Barnes. 2 down here in the inning. Bases loaded. Jose Altuve, the batter. After flying out deeply to center, flying out to right, he's singled to left and had an infield hit to third base. So a 2-for-4 night for the leadoff hitter for the Astros. He's trying to put Houston on top here as he takes strike 1. Fastball right down the middle. Just a 190 hitter with the bases loaded in his career. 1 grand slam to his credit. 1 for 8 this year with 6 RBIs. Lined and just out of the reach of Bogarts into center. 1 run is in. Here comes another, and Carter. The throw is going to be late, and the Astros pull ahead 7-5. Jose Altuve driving in a pair to put Houston on top again by 2.
You know, it's interesting when you have the situation like Barnes is in with the bases loaded. You'd rather have a guy like Carter up who's got tremendous power than a guy like Altuve, who's going to make contact. You know he's going to make contact in that situation. He doesn't strike out very much, only 30 times on the year. He gets the fastball right by the dive of Bogaerts, and 2 big runs come in. So, you know, sometimes those home run hitters have more holes than the guy that hits for a batting average, a higher batting average, and that time Altuve comes through big time.
That is a night for Barnes, who ends up going an inning and a third. Total of 3 hits allowed by Barnes. He'll be responsible for the 2 men still on here for the Astros. 1 walk and 3 Ks. Boston Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Sullivan Tire and Auto Service. Thank you, New England, for 60 great years. And by Digital Federal Credit Union. See what DCU can save you. Well, the Red Sox had come back to tie it up 5-5 with 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th, but the Houston Astros have gotten 2 so far here in the top of the 7th to take a 7-5 lead. And the Red Sox move on to their 4th pitcher of the night. Greg Breslow finished last night's win at Toronto, going an inning, giving up 3 hits and 2 home runs, as Breslow now into his 24th game of the year. 4.03 earned run average, 22 strikeouts, 12 walks, and opponents hitting at 290 against Breslow. He inherits runners at first and second.
A lot of runs put on the board tonight by Houston without the benefit of a home run. One more look at the Altuve hit, his 3rd hit of the night. He gets the fastball and takes it just by the glove of Xander Bogaerts. See Bogaerts shifting over right there because he knew a fastball was coming. Movement by the infielder, trying to get in the proper position, on what the catcher calls. And when he saw the fastball being called, he kind of shifted up the middle a little bit, and he just missed catching that line drive.
Here is Preston Tucker with 2 on and 2 down. 2 hit night. He's driven in 2. And he'll take ball 1. He's been on base 3 times in the game, a walk, a single, and a double. Two 2-0. Breslow 3rd on the staff in relief innings this season with 29, most among lefties. On the ground right side, Holt from short right field will throw out Tucker to end the inning, but the Astros get 2 and take a 7-5 lead. 7th inning stretch from Fenway. 7-5 Astros lead. Masterson left this game after 3 2/3, giving up 8 hits and 5 runs. Hanley Ramirez with a home run, his 17th of the year. Other side, Jose Altuve with his 3-for-5 night just put the Astros on top by 2 with his 2-run single to center field. And still having a good time here tonight at Fenway Park. With the Red Sox now trailing by 2 as we head to the bottom of the 7th. Changes here for the Astros. Domingo Santana has taken over in left field for Evan Gattis. The pitcher is Josh Fields into the game. He had been warming up last inning into his 26th game of the year. 2-1 with a 2.16 earned run average. 36 strikeouts and 9 walks, and opponents hitting at 174 against the right-hander. Takes over for Tony Sipp, who is now the pitcher of record for the Astros. He went an inning and a third. Gave up 2 hits, no runs, didn't walk anybody, and struck out 3. Xander Bogaerts leading it off here against Josh Fields in the bottom of the 7th inning. Up the middle, and this will find its way into center field. Once it gets by the pitcher Fields, right back into center, and that's a second into the night for Xander Bogaerts.
That Fields going to try to make that play with his bare hand, but wisely took it out of the way, and then the ball gets back up the middle for the base hit for Bogaerts. And normal reaction by a pitcher right here to reach out, but not able to make contact with the baseball, and the base hit for Bogaerts.
Home plate umpire, there's a sign up on the green monster he's trying to get removed. Being draped out over the monster by the light stanchion out there, and now they're going to pull it back. So they've got that figured out, and Red Sox with Bogaerts at first and Ortiz coming up. Into the shift go the Astros. They'll keep it close to the infield. The double play possibility. Ortiz tonight has struck out, walked, and singled to drive in a run, and to pick up his 40th RBI of the year. Straight away in the outfield, and they're pretty deep. Center fielder Alex Presley back a good ways in center field. In there for a strike, 1-1. More action for the Astros. Joe Thatcher, a left-hander up. We've now seen Sipp and Fields out of that pen in relief of Dan Straley. That'll bounce in. Good block there by Castro. No advance for Bogaerts.
Excellent play by Castro on a changeup. This ball just comes down and hits right in front of home plate. Deflects off his glove and catches it with his armpit.
And the Ramirez on deck. And a pitch outside. 3-1 now to Big Papi. Ortiz 1 for 1 in his career against Fields. Strike call.
That's a perfect pitch to Ortiz on a 3-1 count, because Big Papi's looking middle in. Something he can drive out of the ballpark. Instead, he gets that fastball down and away. You get that same pitch on a 3-2 count, you got to swing at it.
Runner goes. Ortiz will take ball 4. So a walk here for Big Papi. And the first 2 Red Sox have reached in the bottom of the 7th inning. 2 on, nobody out. Hanley Ramirez coming up here. Castro going out to talk to Fields, who has given up a single and a walk to begin the bottom of the 7th inning. Tomorrow at 1, don't miss Red Sox Game Day Live, presented by DCU. TC and Jim Rice will preview Clay Buchholz's start against the Astros. DCU, Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you? Two on, nobody out here in the 7th inning. Hanley Ramirez has homered, struck out, reached on a fielder's choice. And he takes ball 1. Now Will Harris, a right-hander, has joined Joe Thatcher. Swing and a miss there for Ramirez. Challenged him there with a fastball running in.
Elevating the fastball this time to the inside part of the plate.
Fields was a member of the Red Sox organization 2011, 2012. Joined the Red Sox from Seattle, part of the Eric Bedard trade. Taken by the Houston Astros in the Rule 5 draft. Bounces that well in front of the plate. 2-1.
Another good play by Castro behind the plate, because if he doesn't make this block, 2 men are in scoring position.
Bogarts at second, Ortiz at first. Count of 2-1 to Hanley Ramirez. Fouled straight back, 2-2.
That might be the best pitch that Hanley sees in this at bat. A fastball right down the heart of the plate. They wanted to go back inside, but he left it out over, and Hanley just fouls it straight back. So that may be the best pitch he sees in this at bat.
Pablo Sandoval waiting on deck. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Red Sox trying to answer 2 runs in the top half of the inning by the Astros to pull ahead 7-5. Hanley backs out.
That feels just taking forever. Staring in, staring in.
Looking around. Fields wanted it, but it is ball 3, full count.
Just off the inside part of the plate. Fields wanted it, but not there.
Three and 2 the count to Hanley Ramirez with 2 on, nobody out. Ball 4, I think. He'll take his base. Hanley wasn't sure. Base is loaded.
That bat took so long, I don't think anybody knew what the count was.
So back-to-back walks allowed here by Fields.
There's Hanley. He doesn't know that he's just walked.
On the home plate umpire, Corey Blazer, said you can take your base. A.J. Hinch out there to take the baseball from Josh Fields, who loads the bases on a single and back-to-back walks. And Pablo Sandoval coming up next.
We've seen all kind of stuff, haven't we? I mean, not knowing how many outs are in the outfield, not knowing you walked.
Twice in a week.
Yeah, 3 times actually. Once for Toronto, right? Now Hanley's going to go back and ask, it's 4 balls in this league? I get to go to first base?
So it'll be bases loaded, nobody out. Pitcher will be Joe Thatcher. Let's take a look at the Toyota play of the game. And it was Hanley Ramirez on this possible double play ball. It was not to be because Altuve throwing it off the helmet of David Ortiz. Did score. Everybody was all right. They were charged to Altuve on the play that allowed Hanley Ramirez to get to second base. That was the inning the Red Sox tied the score 5-5. They now trail 7-5, but have the bases loaded with nobody out. So here we go. Pablo Sandoval standing in. Joe Thatcher's 31st appearance, 1-2 with a 2.04 earned run average, 20 strikeouts, 7 walks. Opponents hitting at 226 against him. Last worked on Wednesday against Kansas City. And scoreless in 15 of his last 16 outings, and in a tough spot here. And Sandoval takes ball 1.
Wow, that's kind of a weird delivery, isn't it?
Yep.
All the balance goes back, and then he dips down, and he comes from the side. It's going to be a little tough to pick up those pitches, I would imagine, for a left-handed hitter. That's what you get look at from first base, but you can imagine from home plate, it's tough to pick up that baseball. He hides it for a long time.
Well, behind 2-0. Sandoval fouls it off. Had no luck against Thatcher. 0 for 7 with 3 Ks. Pablo Sandoval this year 0 for 4 with the bases loaded. One career grand slam for Sandoval. Bogarts at third, Ortiz at second, Ramirez at first. Line to left, and that's going to get in for a base hit. Bogarts will score. Ortiz stops at third, and it's a one-run game. 7-6 now. Astros have the lead. Sandoval with his second hit, second RBI of the night. It's charged to that guy.
And second time it's been a hit off a left-hander. He got one off Tony Sipp to drive it a run back in the fifth inning. Now it's the breaking ball from that sidearm delivery, and Sandoval does a nice job staying on it and taking that line drive to the opposite field. So back to a one-run game, and the Red Sox have a really great chance for a big inning here in the seventh.
Well, a pitching change here for the Astros again. It is 7-6 Houston as we step aside. Insurance, proud sponsor of the Boston Pops Fireworks Spectacular. Now gone from the game is Thatcher. Harris now in, a right-hander coming in to face Mike Napoli with the bases loaded into his 32nd game of the year with an ERA under 1, 0.99 for him. 4-1 record, 37 strikeouts, and opponents that is hitting 116 against Harris. Napoli 0 for 3 in the game tonight. Napoli striking out in the second, flying out to center in the fourth, striking out again in the fifth. Chance here to do some damage with the bases loaded, nobody out. Strike call right at the top of the zone.
That pitch has been called a strike all night long.
Napoli fouls it off to the right, same spot, and we had to swing.
Yep. You got it called up there one time, and you know if they come back up there, they're going to call it again. So this time you got to be swinging. That ball right at the tippity top of the strike zone right there.
Drops the breaking ball on him and strikes him out. Napoli knew it, striking out for the third time tonight.
That's a little bit nasty right there. After a number of fastballs, 3 fastballs upstairs, back to the first time he sees the hook, and that's a knee buckler. Watch the knees of Napoli buckle right there, and that was a nasty curveball. Hard.
Relief ERA leaders Mentioned he's under 1 at 0.99. Third in the league in that category coming in, and a big strikeout right there with the bases loaded. Now the shift on in the infield as Alejandro De Aza has a chance. De Aza tonight has walked and struck out twice. Outside for ball 1. Working towards the bottom of the Red Sox order here, the 8-9 men. De Aza and Hannigan with 1 out, bases loaded.
Let's go, baby. You need me. Let's go.
2-0.
Right now, Diaz is trying to clean up the 3 amigos on base: Ortiz, Ramirez, and Sandoval.
You're smart up there, baby. You're smart. Let him come to you. Let's go.
Lead swing, and it's fouled off into the grandstand off to the left. Ryan Hannigan waiting on deck. 303 with the bases loaded in his career. 1 grand slam for De Aza. 0 for 2 this year with a walk. De Aza up the middle, but the shift is on. Correa touches second, run will score, throw to third, and diving back safely is Hanley. Game tied 7-7. Big Papi able to get in. Looked like for a second they may be able to turn 2.
That also looked like that ball might be headed up the center field too. I think that's a terrific play by Correa, the shortstop. Look where he's playing, and look how he goes to the backhand to make this play. He tries to tag second himself and go for 2, but there's no option there. Tries to get Ramirez at rounding third base and can't do that. So the inning continues and the game is tied.
What a battle this has been tonight from Fenway Park. Game 1 of the series.
It really has done. It's been a good ball game.
7-7 as Ryan Hannigan has a chance to put the Red Sox on top. De Aza took a huge secondary lead and almost got caught off first base there.
I saw that ball bounce as he started towards second base, as you can see, and almost like he wanted to steal it. Now the catcher's going to throw out some signs that if he does steal, what he's going to do with the baseball. Is he going to throw to third? Is he not going to throw through? You want your middle infielders to know, because if you're not throwing through, you don't want him out of position.
Hannigan fouling it off to the right. Evens it up at 1-1. Off to the right, out of play. Red Sox have the bases loaded with nobody out in the inning. They have scored twice in this bottom of the 7th to tie it up 7-7. Go ahead run 90 feet away, and Hanley Ramirez, but Hannigan down here 1-2.
See if the odds takes off on this 1-2 count.
He does. Hannigan hits a ground ball towards third base. Valbuena will go to first for the out. That will end the inning as the throw to third base is out there too. There was already 2 outs, and that would have been the third out at first base. But you don't need 4 outs to end the inning. So the out of first is all they needed. That's all they got. And that ends the inning. Game tied 7-7. Decided the last night it is not entirely full, but boy, some strange things are happening.
Yeah, sure are. A number of outs, a number of. It wasn't Diaz's fault. It was Carter at first base who, after getting the third out of the inning, made the throw to third base, and I think Diaz was as surprised as anybody. Everybody's looking around how many outs there are.
Well, Hanley Ramirez not sure what the count was when he had walked in the inning, and it's 7-7 as we head to the 8th. High fly ball out to deep left center field, back towards the monster seats, and that is gone. A blast for Carlos Correa, who quickly unties this game and puts the Astros on top 8-7. Breslow has given up another home run.
Well, there's where the home run does come into the play tonight for the Houston Astros. We highlighted at the beginning of the show, it's a home run hitting team. They had scored 7 before getting this home run. Second hit of the night, but this is a big one for Correa.
In there for strike one to Luis Valbuena. On the ground towards shortstop, Xander Bogaerts will get it there for out number 1 of the inning. Be sure to follow Nesson on Instagram to see all sorts of cool pictures the Red Sox have this season. Our followers continue to grow every day. Let's see if we can get to 50,000 before the end of the summer. Follow Nesson on Instagram today. One out for Evan Gattis. A couple of hits tonight, a single to center and a double. Actually, it is Santana who took over for Gattis in left field. Gattis had been 2 for 4 in this game with a couple of hits. First at bat for Santana, Domingo Santana. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Pat Neshek. Talk about different deliveries. He's got one out there in the pen. One fouled off down the right field line beyond Canvas Alley into the seats. So the Astros have taken an 8-7 lead here in a home run by Carlos Correa.
Generally, in a game like this, in this inning, the 8th inning, we would see Tazawa. We have not seen him in about, what, 4 or 5 days now.
June 27th was the last time he worked at Tampa Bay. The second base, Brock Holt throws out Santana, 2 down. Thought perhaps he was being kept out of the series against Toronto because of the problems that he's had against Toronto. We did not see him in the entire series, and not seeing him again tonight.
Yeah, tie ball game, 8th inning. I mean, that's generally when you would see him. And
definitely.
If it stayed tied, you would see Uehara in the 9th inning at home.
To center field, Betts puts it away, but the damage done. A home run by Correa to begin the inning has the Astros on top 8-7. Ice cream from Hood, the official dairy of the Boston Red Sox. Bring your favorites home today. Now Correa hitting a solo shots, but the Astros on top 8-7. As we head to the bottom of the 8th inning, and it is the top of the Red Sox order to face the new pitcher for the Astros, Pat Neshek. 35th appearance, 3-1 with a 2.70 earned run average, 28 strikeouts, only 4 walks. And opponents hitting at 187 against the veteran right-hander. And Betts will take strike 1. Mookie tonight with 2 hits, both singles to left field against Astros pitching. They have used now 6 pitchers on the night. Eleven strikeouts for Astros pitching in this game. Holt waiting on deck. Then we'll see Xander Bogaerts. Outside for ball 3.
Seen a couple of strange deliveries, haven't we, from this bullpen? Thatcher from the left side and now Ishak from the right side.
Check swing foul makes it a full count.
It almost looks like the way he starts out is going to be one of those underhand fastballs from a softball pitcher. That arm rises a little bit, and here comes the fastball inside.
34-year-old veteran broke in with the Minnesota Twins. There's a grounder up the middle. Correa moving, and he cannot pull it out of his glove on the transfer. He dropped the baseball. He knew he was going to have to hurry up. Betts with very good speed, and Betts on at first base to begin the bottom of the 8th.
And that's what speed makes you do, you know, as an infielder. Now, he had to cover a lot of ground. Look how far he's going to go to make this play. So he knows that he has to be very quick to first base. And when you have to speed up like that, that's when you make mistakes. The ball right there, never got a grip on it because he knew he had to rush. I mean, for me, that's a base hit. Considering the amount of ground he had to cover just to get there and the speed of Betts.
They charge Correa with an error.
Yeah.
So lead runner on here for Boston. Brock Holt showing bunt, pulls it back and takes ball 1. Holt singled in the first, walked in the 5th, been on twice, also grounded out, struck out. Bunt dropped down. Nishak throws out Holt. Sacrifice complete. And Betts to second base with 1 down.
Yeah, well done. Well executed by Brock Holt. Red Sox playing to tie this ball game here in the 8th inning. A lot of options there. Straight out steal, hit, run, and sacrifice. And they elect to go to the sacrifice to get Betts in a scoring position at second base. Nice job deadening the ball there by Brock Holt. Loose top hand on the ball. That's how you deaden the ball, excuse me, and they get the job done.
Second sacrifice bunt of the year for Brock Holt. That's in scoring position, 1 out. Now Uehara getting ready in the pen. Xander Bogaerts, 2 hits tonight, both singles, 1 to right, 1 to center. Two and 0. Strike on the outside corner.
Come on.
Not even close.
That is not even close to being a strike. I mean, we're not even talking near the line.
Runner goes towards third base. Throw to third and out at third base is Mookie Betts. Running into an out here in the 8th.
Yeah, you know, the time to try to steal third obviously is with 1 out, but you got to make sure you got the great jump. And there's from throwing behind the runner is Jason Castro, and Betts is out by plenty. They're just waiting for him at third base. Well, take a look at the jump. He didn't have a real big lead or a big walking lead. And when you don't have that, you kind of got to hold up.
Yeah, I know you're not guaranteed the plate on a base hit here at Fenway Park, but you got Bogaerts at the plate and Ortiz to follow.
And you got Betts' speed.
Already in scoring position.
Yeah.
Does not seem like a great move. 3-1 pitch is in there for a strike, full count.
You know, I could see if Mookie had a big lead and a walking lead, but he didn't have either in that situation.
Now the base is empty. 3-2 pitch. And Bogaerts will take ball 4 and head down to first base. So a 2-out walk will give Ortiz a chance. David struck out in the first, walked in the third, singled to center in the fifth, and walked in the 7th inning. David takes ball 1. 1 for 3 with 3 Ks against Neshek. And the shift on the right side here. Correa, the shortstop, on the right side. Ortiz fouls it back. Ramirez on deck with 2 down, a runner at first base. Ortiz jolts it to left field. Up over the head of Santana, off the scoreboard. Running around the bases is Bogaerts going to try and score. There'll be no throw to the plate, and this game will be tied. Big Papi drives in the game-tying run.
Well, the Red Sox get the benefit of a nice bounce off that left field wall. Ortiz with the contact to the opposite field. And watch the bounce they get once it hits the wall. It goes straight up in the air. And that's going to allow Bogaerts to be able to score from first base. And a lot of times on a ball hit off the wall left field, you can't score. But that ball goes straight up in the air, and that's going to allow him to score with no problem.
And highlights the play at third base, too, for Mookie Betts. Red Sox could have the lead right now. But they will take it as it is right now. 8-8 the score. Big Papi at second base. Hanley Ramirez will try to drive him in to put the Red Sox on top. And a pitch up top for ball 1. Hanley with a home run back in the 2nd inning. His 17th round tripper of the year. In the air, down the right field line, foul over by the tarp. And that went flying all the way down the third base line and foul ground. Right-hander Roberto Hernandez warming in the pen now for the Astros. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 down here in the 8th. Ortiz with his leadoff second. Hanley will lift it down the right field line. Tucker headed over to the warning track to make the catch. That ends the inning. The Red Sox tie it up. We head to the 9th, tied 8-8. The 9th inning, and the new pitcher for the Red Sox, Koji Uehara, his 32nd appearance, 2-3 with a 2.89 earned run average. Non-save situation here. It's coming in a tie game at home, but he is 18 out of 20 in save opportunities. 30 strikeouts, 6 walks, and opponents hitting at .210 against Uehara. Chris Carter will lead it off.
Now Correa picks up the home run to give the lead to the Astros, and then right back in the bottom of the inning, David Ortiz with a double off the wall. That's going to score Bogaerts all the way from first base, and that's how we stand at 8-8.
Uehara getting a strike over to Carter, who singled his last time up, 1 for 4 in the game. Uehara getting his 18th save of the season on Tuesday. Carter may have gone. He did. Uchione say he offered.
Get a look from the side, and I don't think there's any question there. There was a swing.
Hooks this one foul. Double-barreled action now. Roberto Hernandez has been joined by Luke Gregerson. Carter grounds up the middle, but right there is Holt positioned perfectly, and he throws out Carter. They have that aligned perfectly. That's a base hit if they're playing him straight up.
Yep, not a shift put on, but certainly enough of a shift. You can see where Brock Holt's playing, certainly to pull at second base, and that ball almost right off the bag. It's actually fortunate for the Red Sox that ball didn't hit the second base bag. So one down here in the 9th inning for Jason Castro, the catcher.
Working towards the bottom of the order here for the Astros. As he takes strike one. 1 for 3. Does have a home run off Uehara. Oh, and 2.
Good splitter that time from Uehara. To jump ahead, no balls and 2 strikes, keeping it down low in the zone.
Castro lines out to Holt at second base. 2 down. Brings up Alex Presley. 2-hit night from the number 9 spot in the order. Single to center, single to left. Strike 1.
Splitter again.
Top of the order, Jose Altuve waiting on deck here for Houston. Fly ball headed out towards right center field. Playable for Mookie Betts. A 1-2-3 ninth inning for Uehara. Sandoval, Napoli, and De Aza scheduled. And Houston Astros go here to the bottom of the 9th inning. Koji Uehara with a 1-2-3 top half of the 9th. Roberto Hernandez coming in for the bottom of the 9th. 17th appearance, 2-5 with a 4.44 earned run average, 40 strikeouts, 24 walks. Well, it's hitting at 276 against Hernandez. He'll be dealing with Pablo Sandoval, Mike Napoli, Alejandro De Aza scheduled to bat. Bruno Hernandez, of course, pitching a long time with the Cleveland Indians at the time as Fausto Carmona. This one fouled off to the left, out of play.
I remember that guy.
Yes. Once a 19-game winner back in 2007 as a starting pitcher. Now working out of the pen for the Houston Astros. First year in Houston for him. The 1 pitch is outside. Comes the 7th pitcher of the night for the Astros. Sandoval with a 2-hit night tonight. In the air, foul off to the left, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. Napoli's had a tough night. He waits on deck. 3 strikeouts on the night. Four for 9 against Hernandez is Sandoval. On the ground towards second base, Altuve throws out Sandoval for the first out of the 9th inning.
Well, a lot of change-ups in that at-bat to Pablo Sandoval from Hernandez.
Seven for 25 with a home run. Napoli against Hernandez. 1 out here in the 9th. Napoli tonight, 3 strikeouts. He's flied out to center. 0 for 4 in the ball game. Strike 1. Alejandro Diaz on deck. Average sliding down to 196 right now for Mike Napoli. Bounces in for ball 2.
Not seen a fastball yet. 2 sliders and a changeup to Napoli. To the changeup.
Napoli hits it on the ground to short, and Correa throws him out for out number 2. So 2 down here in the 9th inning.
Well, Mike Napoli did not see a fastball on that at bat. He started him off with 2 sliders. That slider away for a strike. Another slider that will miss the outside part of the plate. Then he goes to the changeups. A changeup that bounces and a changeup that's going to be hit the shortstop for the out. So not one fastball in that at bat.
2 down now in the 9th, and it brings up Alejandro Diaz. On the ground to first base, Carter will tag the bag, and we have bonus baseball tonight from Fenway. We head to the 10th, tied 8-8. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Back at Fenway Park, tied 8-8 to the 10th inning we go. The game here for the Red Sox. Noe Ramirez called up today. His numbers with Pawtucket this season: 16 games, 1 start, 4-0, the 2.42 earned run average, 23 Ks to 11 walks. Opponent sitting at 217 against Ramirez. Part of the changes today for the Red Sox. 4th round selection in 2011. Spent the season with the Paw Sox. Each of his last 3 appearances for Pawtucket have been scoreless in 4 innings. No Tazawa.
I get to the point now where you got to think there's something, maybe ailing him a little bit, because we have not seen him in such a long time.
In 6 days since the Red Sox have used him in a game. Last was in Tampa. Altuve takes strike 1. Altuve with 3 hits, all singles in this game, a 3-for-5 night. And he gets hit. So lead runner on here for the Astros, and right now he's in some pain. That did not sound good.
It's hard to tell where it got him. We'll take a look on replay. Right off the elbow, it looks like, the left elbow. Maybe just above it.
Springer getting hit on the wrist and fracturing it, being placed on the DL on Wednesday for the Astros. They've already had their issues with being hit by pitches. Altuve is going to stay in the game and head down to first base. Hit by the pitch to begin things here in the 10th.
Well, that's dangerous. I mean, that's a lot of speed going down to first base right now.
Tough spot here for Noe Ramirez, making his major league debut in a tie game in the 10th inning. Altuve with 23 stolen bases on the year.
Go, baby. 1 gets 2. Roll it up. Let's go.
Preston Tucker, the batter. He's had a 2-hit night, been on base 3 times. Over to first base, and Altuve back to the bag, held on by Napoli. Fastball by him, 0-1.
Right after him, baby. Let's go.
Carlos Correa, who put the Astros on top, as Altuve back to the bag there and kept the tag on him as he stood up. Correa with a home run in the top half of the 8th inning. Briefly put the Astros on top. Red Sox tied it up in the bottom of the 8th. Here we are in the 10th. 8-8 the score. In the air, foul off to the left, and Ramirez ahead here, 0-2. They're in the 12th in New York, tied up 3-3 tonight.
Hey, you're way up, baby. Way
through the legs of Napoli. It is a fair ball down the right field line. Altuve will stop at second as the throw is headed to third base, and a good throw from De Aza. But the first two are on here for the Astros.
Well, the Astros don't bunt very much, and that ball, did it go under the legs or to the left? Looks like to the left of Mike Napoli at first base. Well played out there by De Aza to keep the runner at second base and not allow Altuve to go to third. That ball was hit so hard I couldn't tell if it went through the legs or to the side.
He is charged with an error. So first and second with nobody out. Carlos Correa will take strike one. Line to left field and a base hit off the bat of Correa. Altuve's coming around, and the Astros will take a 9-8 lead here in the 10th inning.
Correa has come up big here late in the ball game. The home run in the 8th inning, and now the base hit to drive in Altuve, who has been all over the ballpark tonight. Here's the line shot. Ramirez getting over to cut it off. The one run comes in. Still men at first and second and nobody out.
There's Luis Valbuena. He'll take strike one.
Altuve certainly has been involved, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. On base 4 times in the game. Has scored 2 runs. And a score to put the Astros on top 9-8 here in the 10th inning. Fouled off, 1-2. Tucker at second base, Correa at first base. Run in for the Astros here in the 10th inning. Bottom of the 10th, Red Sox expecting Hannigan, Betts, and Holt. Anybody gets on, Bogarts will have a chance. But right now, Astros have runners at first and second with nobody out. Valbuena hits a fly ball to left field. Ramirez heading over. And Hanley will make the catch. Runners will stay where they're at. 1 down. Here comes Santana. For his second at bat of the night. Grounded out to second base in the 8th. John Singleton waiting on deck. 1 out here in the 10th. 2-0. Luke Gregerson was warming in the pen for the Astros.
Now he's loose and he's ready to go with the 1-run lead right now.
He has 18 saves on the year. Strike one. On the ground left side, and Sandoval diving will have play nowhere, and an infield hit for Santana. Bases loaded now with 1 out.
Well, if anything, Pablo Sandoval there saves a run from coming in by diving and making this play. Looks to second. There's no play there. There's obviously no play at first. So now the base is loaded with 1 out.
John Singleton does not have a hit tonight of the 16 hits put together by the Astros. 0 for 5 ball game for the DH for Houston. Yes, he'll take ball 1. Two for 8 in his career with the bases loaded. Does have a grand slam. 0 for 1 this year. Tucker at third. Correa at second. Santana at first with 1 out in the 10th. Two and 0. Ramirez was a non-roster invitee to spring training for the Red Sox both in 2014 and 2015. 2.91 in his minor league career. Three and 0. With the bases filled with Astros.
You missed out on TV, Blue. That's a strike on the TV. You missed the case on that one, Blue.
Swinging 3-0. It is fouled back.
That's the way they play the game, I guess, in Houston. You know, they got these home run hitters, and they're going for it.
And he fouls back. Full count as Ramirez battles his way back.
3-1 fastball, a little bit up in the zone this time, and foul straight back. High fastball. Singleton there again, looking to do more damage.
Singleton will pop it up, foul back and out of play. On deck is Chris Carter. 1 out in the 10th. Line to right, in for a base hit. From third comes Tucker. Going to try to get another run in here are the Astros. They will. 2 more in. And it's now 11-8 as the Astros have scored 3 times so far here in the top of the 10th inning.
Now, Singleton was in complete control of that at bat. I mean, he fell ahead. 3 balls, no strikes, fouled off a couple of pitches, and then ropes one to right field on a fastball that's away. He just hooks it and drives in 2 runs. So the Astros add to their lead here in the 10th inning.
Now Chris Carter batting with runners at first and third, 1 out. Carter 1 for 5 tonight. The ball game singled in the 7th inning. Strike over the outside corner. Oh, and 2. Not a bad pitch there for Ramirez.
A good hard slider that time to get the swing and miss from Carter.
Able to strike out Carter. So there's the second out of the 10th inning. First strikeout for Noe Ramirez. 2 down.
Yeah, that strikeout certainly got more on the plate that time. That breaking ball, and no contact by Carter, who does strike out a lot. This is the first time tonight he's gone down. 107th time on the season.
Eighth member of the Astros to bat here in the 10th inning, Jason Castro. Down and in for ball 1. Curveball in there for a strike. 1-1. Three runs here in the top of the 10th inning right now for the Astros. They have taken an 11-8 lead. Swinging a foul tip. All 2 strikes. Altuve getting this all started, being hit on the elbow. He would score the 9th Astros run. 1-2 pitch. Runner goes at first. It's a ball. The throw down, and it's not going to be in time, and a run will score. So Hannigan throwing through to second base, and scoring from third base coming in is Santana on the double steal.
Yeah, quite frankly, I'm surprised they did throw through in that situation with the man at third base. An easy run here for the Astros. One hop to Bogarts, and obviously he had no play at home plate.
So 12-8 now. Astros on top. 2-2 the count to Jason Castro. This will be the 30th pitch for Ramirez. And it's a fly ball to center field as Betts will make the catch. It ends the inning with the damage done. The Astros score 4 times in the 10th. Inning at Fenway Park. The Astros put a 4 spot on the board in the top of the 10th inning. And a new pitcher now as Luke Gregerson, the closer, in for the Astros in what is now not a safe situation, but he's 18 out of 21 in safe situations. 33rd appearance, 3-1 with a 3.45 earned run average. 32 strikeouts to 6 walks, and opponents hitting at .207 against Gregerson. And as the pitcher of record, he pitched the 9th inning at a 1-2-3 9th. Red Sox will have Ryan Hannigan lead it off here in the bottom of the 10th. Hannigan 1 for 4 tonight, a single back in the 2nd inning. There's strike 1 to Hannigan.
I see one, man. I see one.
Top of the order, Mookie Betts and Brock Holt. Outside, a ball and a strike. Gregerson last pitching on Wednesday night. That was against Kansas City. Retired all 3 batters he faced that night. Foul off to the right, 1-2. He's not allowed a run in 26 of 32 outings on the year. He's held right-handed batters to 185 average. Astros have gone 28-4 in games that he appears in. Comes in here with a 4-run lead. And again with a very late swing.
So far, it's been fastball slider from Gregerson. Last pitch, a slider to Hannigan, who fouls it off.
Right, man. Let's go. Anyway on, baby. Need you. Let's go.
Popped up right side. Jose Altuve makes the catch for the first out of the 10th inning. Well, it's time for tonight's T-Mobile Game Changer performance, and the single by Correa down the left field line here, as that would put Altuve at the plate and give the Astros a 9-8 lead at the time. They would score 3 more after that. And lead by 4 right now is the Red Sox bat in the home half of the 10th. Mookie Betts, 2 hits tonight, reached on an error his last time up. And take strike 1.
Outside.
Well, tomorrow will be Clay Buchholz matched up against Colin McHugh on the mound. McHugh 9-3 so far on the season with a 4.51 earned run average.
That's one thing that we've talked about this offense all night for the Houston Astros, but their pitching also very good. Hasn't been great tonight, obviously, with the score the way it is, but it has carried him a little bit during the course of the season.
Break ball kind of slipped out of his hand. 3-1. Rockhold waiting on deck. 1 down here in the 10th. In there for strike 2. Full count. Not overpowering is Gregerson.
I think the highest he's reached so far is 91 with the fastball. The last one's 88.
Popped up right side of the infield again. Altuve again. 2 down in the 10th inning. So 2 away. That'll bring up Brock Holt. Ball 1 inside. There's a strike. 1-1. 6 in a row now retired by Astros pitching. Goes off the home plate umpire, Corey Blazer, on a hop. Strike call. 2-2. Holt hits a fly ball down the right field line. Long run for Tucker over to the warning track to make the catch that ends the ball game. The Red Sox down in order in the 10th as the Houston Astros hold on here in 10 innings to beat the Red Sox 12-8. And a frustrating night for the Red Sox, coming back so many times in this game, and the Red Sox unable to grab the victory tonight in the home opener of this homestand as the Astros win in 10 12-8. We send it to Tom Caron. TC.